And welcome to iSpring AI Days 2025. We're starting now, so get comfortable, make sure you have everything you need, and enjoy. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Riley. I'm with the sales team here at iSpring, and I will be moderating today's conference. So let's first talk about today's conference. The name is iSpring AI Days, and in fact, we're focusing on one big question. How can we use AI to make course creation faster, smarter, and still completely human? I know that there's a lot of buzz around AI. I know some tools praise it as a magic bullet, ready to solve all your problems in one click, engage, inspire, automate, generate, blah, 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 all instead of you. But to be honest, I find it hard to believe it's about replacing our work. Human creativity, human touch, human soul, if you will, it's a must in the learning field. AI simply cannot deal with it, at least not yet. But however, it is here, it does exist, and it works. And we at iSpring believe that if there's something out there that can help us all work better, deliver greater results, and in simple terms, get more with less, we must look into it. So this is the main topic of our conference today. Here's how today will run. We'll have 2 parts, 1 break, 4 sessions, and 1 round table. At 10:10, David Yoon will kick things off with Course Development with AI 101. At 10:50, Anna Pauli will continue with the Smart, the Fast, and the Hallucinating session. At 11:30, Mike Taylor will join us for the Director's Chair Guide to Actually Smart AI Use. And after Mike's session, starting at 12:05, we'll have a short break and get back in 25 minutes. At 12:30, we'll all get back, and Marina Arshavsky will share Designing Faster with AI. And at 1:10, we'll wrap up with a live roundtable featuring Tom McDowell, Mike, and Marina. Each session is going to run for around 30 minutes, followed by a short Q&A. So keep your questions coming in the chat. And don't worry if you can't stay for the whole event. You'll get the full recording in your inbox after the conference. To discuss what you'll see today, share your insights, connect with everyone you see here in the audience today, and genuinely grow your network, you can join iSpring Learning Exchange community on LinkedIn, and I can recommend doing it. We're all here today from all across the globe, but on the same wavelength and clearly with the same interests. So it's a pity to leave with no new connections. You see the QR code on the screen and the link to iSpring Learning Exchange in the chat, and that means you're all invited. Now, that's the plan for today, but that's not all. We'll have a few surprises along the way, and after the roundtable, we'll hold the Wheel of Fortune contest with prizes I'm absolutely confident you'll love. So stay tuned until the very end. Now, before we begin, I think for those of you who have just joined us, it's important to know where we're all coming from. So let's first talk a little bit about iSpring. iSpring has been helping organizations create powerful online learning for more than 24 years. That's a crazy amount of time if you think about it. Small businesses, global enterprises, and everything in between. In total, as of now, over 60,000 companies in 175 countries trust iSpring to build, deliver, and track training that actually drives results. Our ecosystem brings pretty much everything in the learning together. iSpring Suite is our all-in-one authoring tool, and it helps you design masterpiece courses right in PowerPoint. iSpring LMS is a platform that lets you deliver and measure learning in real time easily. And iSpring Cloud for quick, scrollable micro courses that look great on any device. Add that together with iSpring Academy, our certification programs, our expert directory, and iSpring Learning Exchange, where L&D pros keep learning, connecting, and growing together, then we've got all the bases covered. If you're new here, welcome. And with that, we're ready to start. Our first speaker today is David Yoon, CEO of 2 Miles. David partners with global leaders like Microsoft, Google, and iSpring, helping companies innovate and grow in the new era of AI. His session, Course Development with AI 101, will take us through the practical side of using AI in course design, from getting started to building your own framework for efficiency. David, it's a pleasure to have you with us today. The virtual stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. So it's really nice to see you again. So today I wanted to show you how to create the e-learning content through the artificial intelligence, especially the generative AI tools. So can you see the screen now? Okay, everybody will maybe can see my screen, right? So in this webinar, hold on a second. I'm just waiting for sharing the screen. Hold on a second. Okay. So s- let me introduce the today's course. So in this webinar, I just want to show you how to create e-learning contents from the basic. So, okay. Let me check my screen again. So after that, I will show you how to create the course from the beginning. Okay. So as we see, the World Economic Forum. So in the World Economic Forum, the Future of Job 2025 report highlight the importance of AI-driven education, with 86% of the employer expecting AI to drive innovation and 60% expecting to reshape their business models through increased digital accessibility. We are witnessing a fundamental shift in workforce demand. When you see the screen, the sorry, the 39% of our current skills need to innovation by 2030. That means about 40% our core skill will change because of the mainly the AI. So when you look at this graph, so right now in 2025, 47% of total work tasks are performed mainly by humans. That means nearly half of the all tasks still rely on human labor and decision making. Meanwhile, 30% of tasks are carried about through a combination of humans and technology in here. So, which represent the growing trend of human-machine collaboration. So after 5 years later, in 2030, the human and machine collaboration became 33%. But the AI and machine tasks in 2025 is 22% of tasks are already handled entirely by technology will change to 34% in after 5 years later. So when you look at the change in more details, the 14% of disappeared jobs mainly because the automation and the argumentation through the artificial intelligence. So when we look at in more details about this change in industry, this this chart show the expected shift in the human share of the work across the industry by 2030. So automation will have the greatest impact in retail and wholesale. When you look at the chart, at the wholesale and retail is at 65, the job changed by the automation. I mean, But today's topic is about the education and e-learning, right? So in this chart, when you look at the education sector, a point of concern is that the education sector, 74% of jobs are expected to disappear due to human argumentation through automation and AI utilization. So we need to prepare about our future. But when you look at our daily life, we have the 275 daily interruption through daily emails and message through the Teams or Slack and other SNS. And also, there is a lot of the early email checkers of the 40%. They are wake up around 6 a.m. because nowadays we are the every workers are using smartphone, right? So this mobility make the people work very early, and when they also it pushed them finish their daily job around midnight. So modern knowledge workers face the unprecedented digital overload. The work boundaries have disturbed, creating unsustainable productivity paradoxes that human effort alone cannot solve. So the change also made the human workers made us a lot of stress, especially we don't have enough time. Also, we don't have enough the energy, right? So when we look at about our daily life, especially in education sector, when it comes to the e-learning, to right to reduce this skill gap, many organizations hesitate to adopt it. So still, we don't have time to build e-learning contents. Also, we don't have the cost to build e-learning contents as well. And also, we don't have it's not we don't have enough human resources to cover the whole e-learning stuff. So I prepared some data. How much cost do we spend to develop online courses? So when you look at this chart, we spend a lot of money to spend to create the content in the e-learning industry. So I highly recommended we need to change, and also we need to upskilling our content creation ability. At the beginning, when the ChatGPT or other the AI tools comes in, a lot of people have a concern, and also they are very curious how AI can help the knowledge workers, especially in e-learning industry. But nowadays, after 3 years or 3 years later, people didn't have a curiosity about the AI. We Nowadays, people have the competence to use the AI, artificial intelligence tools. So, therefore, we must enhance our work productivity through AI and augment ourselves. That is our goal of this webinar. So, uh, from now on, I want to show how to create e-learning content through a lot of the AI tools, especially uh, iSpring Suite is installed as a plug-in Microsoft PowerPoint, right? So I just want to show how to create the presentation file through the Microsoft product, especially MS, Microsoft Word, and PowerPoint. When you look at the screen, the Microsoft M365 Copilot is already installed in the Microsoft Word. So if you want to create some slide deck, just create the Copilot icon in Word file, and then just type the prompt. So for example, I just give some persona about the Copilot, as he is the 30 years experienced professor, and to create the content like this. So we don't need to use the ChatGPT if the Microsoft Word subscribe the Copilot in it. So after that, if we create this uh, deck, so we can convert the Microsoft Word DOC file into the PowerPoint slide. So I want to move to the PowerPoint. So when you start the PowerPoint, there is the icon to create slide from the PowerPoint, the prompt. This is a kind of the wizard. So if you are not familiar with the Microsoft 365 Copilot, just use this one. So when you attach the Microsoft Word file in it, so the Microsoft PowerPoint Copilot create the slide based on the Word file, the contents, I mean. You can add more files as attachment like this. So when the present Microsoft PowerPoint, the create the draft of the slide, you can just easily change the sequence based on this wizard. And then if you satisfied the whole process or content, just create the slide deck. It takes about less than 1 minute. So it's very, very easy. The good thing of the Microsoft PowerPoint with the Copilot is that it creates the slide as well as the slide note. So we have the iSpring suite, the text to speech features, right? So after after that, you can easily convert the text through the voice, through the TTS feature in iSpring suite. So at this moment, I just show you how to create the PowerPoint slide deck, because after this, I can use the TTS feature through the Gamma and Canva. Okay. So before, when I show you how to use the Canva in OpenAI ChatGPT, I just want to introduce about the concept of the MCP. Maybe some of you already use the MCP protocol, the model context protocol, but uh, there is a lot of people that are not familiar with the MCP. So I just want to introduce to you about the MCP technology, the feature. The MCP is the model context protocol. So MCP can be sort of as the USB-C for AI system. Just as a USB-C provide a universal connector standard that lets different devices communicate seamlessly regardless of the manufacturer, right? So MCP provide a standardized protocol that enables AI model like the ChatGPT or Claude and Google Gemini to connect with the various external tools and data sources in unified way. So the reason is why when I show you the deck is that I will create PowerPoint slide through OpenAI ChatGPT and Canva. So the MCP, when you are using the MCP, right, it is just an open standard protocol. So everybody can use this protocol to create the connector for the AI service like ChatGPT and Claude and Google Gemini. So I prepared some the demonstration about how to use the MCP through the iSpring Learn. But in this webinar, I just focusing on to create the content, especially the iSpring suite. So if we have a time, I will show you how to use the MCP to access our LMS system. Okay? So when you are using the MCP server, so we need to understand that because a lot of the global enterprise customers, especially in the Fortune 500 companies, using this feature already. So we need to just understanding few component. So when you using the MCP, there is a MCP server and MCP client. But in this webinar, I will not focusing on the technology, but I will focusing on how to use this feature. So in this demo, I will show you how to create the PowerPoint and slides through the Canva and OpenAI and iSpring suite. Okay. So I will start to share my screen and then, okay. Actually, I already prepared some demonstration like this because we don't have enough time, but I will show you how to use the MCP in OpenAI Chat GPT like this. So when you're using the OpenAI ChatGPT, right? So there is some new added feature like this, add source. But when you're subscribe ChatGPT Plus plan, you can use the Canva and Figma and other the software as the MCP connector. So I will choose the Canva, right? This, right? So from the scratch, I will start from here. I prepared already the prompt in here. So just to create the lecture script. Okay, I will put this prompt and I will create 10 pages too long. So I just change it 5 pages. I will create a 5-page lecture script. How about eLearning contents creation? So then the ChatGPT will create the script, right? The page 1 and page 2 and page 3 and page 4, something like that. So after finishing the script creation, I will ask to the ChatGPT to change it as a PowerPoint slide. So I also prepare the script here. Before that, we need to choose the Canva as our connector, like this. We put the script. So make a slide in Canva about how to create e-learning contents using generative AI based on the above slide script. So let's start. If we mention about the Canva, the ChatGPT will connect Canva through the MCP protocol. After that, it sends the whole contents to the Canva, and then Canva will create the whole slide deck in ChatGPT. The reason is why I just create this slide deck is that because as long as I know, the Canva only create the slide, but it didn't create the slide note in PowerPoint. So that is why I will use the script when I convert the slide deck as the voice. Yeah. It takes about 2 or 3 minutes. So I want to show you the previously that I made this content in here like this. I used the same prompt like this. So when I click the slide deck, it just show the whole contents like this. So I will download the slide deck in Canva. So I will click the open in Canva in here. So there's a fancy slide deck made by Canva like this, right? So I will click the share and download it through the file format, the PPTX. Yeah. So I finished, download the slide deck and click it. All right. Enable editing. So now we create this slide deck through the ChatGPT with the MCP protocol, right? So it's time to convert this slide deck to HTML5 or SCORM format for e-learning contents, right? So let's go to the ChatGPT in here. I will just use this script, and then when I come back to here, from the first slide, I will use manage narration. When the new Windows pops up, I will use the text to speech under audio icon. So put the script in here, the English and voice. I will choose the natural voice. It's much better. So I will insert this voice to the first slide like this. One more. Let's do it one more. The second slide. And then text to speech. And insert the second slide like this. All right. So after save and close the manage narration, and then I will, okay, I will try to publish it through the preview. So after converting this PowerPoint slide to HTML5, maybe we can hear the natural voices through the TTS, right? All right.
Generative AI transforms e-learning by automating content creation, enhancing engagement, and personalizing learning.
Yeah, right this. So it's very easy to create the whole contents through the MCP protocol, through the natural language in ChatGPT, right? So I also want to show another demonstration how to create the content through the Gamma and iSpring suite. It's almost the same thing. But the good thing of the Gamma is the AI feature to create the slide note as well. So I will go to the Gamma. Okay. Here, I already create some slide deck in Gamma, but I want to show you how to create this fancy slide deck in Gamma from the scratch. Okay, I'm using the Pro subscription plan of the Gamma. So you can use the maximum 10 slides as a free subscription. But after that, you need to choose to subscribe or just continue using it as a free trial account. So I will create new. So you can choose paste in text or the generate from the scratch based on your prompt. Or if you have the Microsoft Word or PDF file, you can just upload it to the Gamma. Normally, I use this feature, the import file, because if I search some topic in OpenAI, especially I'm using normally the deep research, it takes about uh, more than 5 pages. So I just save it as Word file. After that, I will upload the Word file in Gamma through the import file in here. But today, I will just use the generate version. So I will use the same one in here that I prepared the prompt. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, here. I just put the prompt in here and generate online. You can choose the language in here as well. So if you create the slide deck in English, after finish the whole deck, you can easily change the language as well. That is the really cool stuff. Now we have only 5 minutes left, so I will hurry a little bit. So it takes about 12 or 30 seconds to create the outline normally. So if you want to more details about the text-based slide, you can just choose extensive. Or if you just want to show the image and the topic, just choose the minimal, like this. But normally I just choose the concise. And the good thing of the Gamma is also this one, the theme. So view more. When you click the view more, you can create the custom theme like this. So the our component, the color is the yellow. So I already made this one. And also you can upload your custom font on it as well. So I will use this one. And also the Gamma create the images as well based on the image style in here. Normally the default image art style is a photorealistic, but if you want using the photorealistic, I highly recommend it to put it in this prompt. No text. That's it. So if you didn't put this prompt, the Gamma AI will create the image with a lot of text. Yeah. If you are using the English version, it's okay. But other language, sometimes there is the typo. So I highly recommend it just put this no text prompt in it on it. So let's create. So you can see the whole process, how Gamma create the whole deck like this. After finish to write the script, the Gamma create the images as well. So if you are using the Pro plan, you can create the slide deck maximum 60 slide, 60. It's a huge slide, right? So I highly recommend it if you are a professor or teacher, if you already have the PDF file or Microsoft Word file, just upload the file and then just choose the total number of the slide. Yeah. In this demo, I just choose the 10 slide, right? But if your content is longer than enough, you can just adding 20 or 30 pages of the slide. This is possible. So the whole slide deck is almost finished. Also, when you look at the screen, there is the agent button in here, right? So you can ask agent as prompt to change this image or something like that. For example, when you look at the image, it's not proper for this slide deck. So you can ask the AI, please change this image. And then the Gamma agent will change the image as well. Almost finished. So after you finish to create the slide deck, you can easily download it through the PowerPoint file. So I will choose this one. The final thing is that here, when you look at the slide, you can just click generate button. That means the Gamma AI will create the whole slide note based on this script. So I will export the file as the PT file like this. The other remain stuff is all the same. So when you download the file, you can use iSpring Suite TTS, right? All right, finished download. Okay, here. Let's check the Gamma AI create the slide note. There we go, right? The same. So you can go to the iSpring Suite and go to the manage narration, and then you can easily convert a stain file with voice through the text to the speech. This is the whole process that I prepared today for you, how to create the e-learning content through the Gamma or MCP protocol. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That was a great start to our day. So if we can get a round of applause in the chat, and it looks like we already have some questions. So I will be reading those and giving them to David to answer. So David, the first question I see is, can Gamma generate minimal text slides, but with concise text in the slide notes?
Can you say
Yeah.
again that
Say
question?
again, yes. They're wondering if Gamma can create slides that have minimal text, so very little text in the slides, but still have a lot of details inside of those slide notes.
All right. So you have to test the whole stuff, just from the minimum or
Mhm,
the maximum. Yeah. I
mhm,
always tested several times. Yeah.
mhm.
Thanks.
Okay. Mhm. And then there was a question, do you have to go through Canva if you're using ChatGPT? They were wondering if it's possible to just use ChatGPT to create it as a PowerPoint, or will there be problems with that?
Actually, there's no special. Sometimes there is some disconnection about the connector when you are using the OpenAI GPT. And in that case, you just go to the ChatGPT and then uh, disconnect the connector first and then reconnect it. Normally, that resolves a lot of the issues. Yep.
Hmm. Then there's another question is that they see this is useful for some lower level, like understanding, but how would you use AI to help with learning activities or helping people build skills? Is there any other secrets or tricks, for that?
Yeah, so as we know, in 2025, a lot of people said this is the starting year of the AI agent or agentic AI. So a lot of the companies the developing AI agent, especially in e-learning. And previously, we just are using just the LLM, large language based the AI stuff to create the content or something like that, right? But nowadays, we are creating the tutor, the AI-based the tutor through the AI agent. So it's a huge difference because they understanding what we want to learn and what is the course is proper to the learner. So it's a totally different story. So right, so you can just watch the Open AI Dev Day conference. The keynote is a 1 hour long the video. So in that conference, they introduced the AI agent marketplace. That means a lot of the mobile application will integrate it into the LLM-based service. Yep.
Mhm, mhm. Great. Thank you for that answer. There's another question, right? Does this MCP protocol, is there any way to connect that to Shutterstock or any other photo sources?
Yeah, so I highly recommended to start to study about the
Mhm,
MCP protocol, especially if you are familiar with the uh, Anthropic's the Claude, the other competitor solution of the ChatGPT, as we know. When you're using the Claude, because the Anthropic, the company create the MCP protocol and open
mhm,
it, right? So we can easily create the MCP server through the cloud because they announced the new skill to build MCP builder. So that is why I want to show how to create the course and the list of the users in iSpring LMS through the MCP that I made it by only just one sentence or prompt. It's
mhm,
very powerful and easy to create it. We don't need to learn how to programming it. Yeah,
mhm.
the AI
Sounds
made it for us. Yeah.
That sounds great. And then there were some different questions about this Canva and ChatGPT. How is it connected? Do you need the paid version of ChatGPT to connect it to Canva? A couple people were wondering about this.
Oh yeah. So if you are using the Canva as a free trial,
Hmm.
you can create the Canva
Hmm.
as long as I know the maximum 10 slide. Yeah.
Hmm.
Or also Gamma as well. You can create the slide deck maximum 10 slide.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what do you think is the future developments in kind of course creation? What do you see that's coming in the future for AI?
Nowadays I'm just nowadays I'm creating my own software through
Hmm.
the Bible coding. So nowadays I just show how to create the content through the lot of software, right? But maybe several years later, maybe I spring also to adding this feature inside the software. I think
Hmm. Hmm.
we
All right. Well,
can
so,
our own software by ourselves.
mhm. Yeah, there's a lot that might come in the future. So I think everyone's excited to know how this industry is going to change and all the potential, developments that will come from AI. Well, once again, we want to say thank you, David. We are very happy to have you here, and it was a great presentation.
Okay, thanks for inviting me
Mhm.
today.
Yep. Have a great day. All right, everyone. So now if David's session has got you thinking, I want to try this myself, you absolutely can. With iSpring Suite, you can build full courses right in PowerPoint. You'll be able to generate ideas, rephrase text, localize content, and even add voiceovers in minutes. I'll share a link in the chat so you can start your 14-day free trial and test everything you've just seen in real life. I saw in the chat that there was questions about right, how we can do this in iSpring itself. And that's going to be exactly what's coming up in our next session, right? So next up, we're going to have from one of our most recognizable voices in iSpring, Anna Pauley. Anna has over 8 years of experience designing courses for all kinds of audiences, and she always manages to blend solid theory with something fresh. The smart, the fast, and the hallucinating session is no exception. With Anna, we'll explore AI strengths and its oh so many quirks, when to trust it, when to double check, and how to stay in control of your content. Anna, we're excited to have you here.
Oh, hi, everyone. We are setting up the camera right now, so you probably don't see me. So give me just a second. We will update it very soon. Yeah, and currently, whilst you cannot see me, I'm so happy to have you all here today with us. And I will share my presentation and start our session in a minute. Okay. So can you see my screen right now?
Not yet.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, it should appear right now, right?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, and voila, I'm here. So hello, everyone, once again. My name is Anna Pauley. I'm a senior e-learning developer at iSpring. And today we will talk about AI and all the ways it can and cannot help you. And most importantly, how you can help AI help you. But first things first, let me tell you what this session is not about. Just to be clear with you since the very start. So we will not talk about those. Of course, I love the idea about like 15K per month, but we will not talk about this today. And I bet that you've seen at least one of these ads. And if you work with courses and AI for more than, I don't know, 5 minutes, they can be kind of annoying. So in my personal opinion, and let me know in the comments if you agree with me or if you disagree, a courses generated in one click is never like a never going to work. So in my opinion, in my mind, it's not just unrealistic, but it in some way it gives AI even a bad look. But that bad look is not true either. So used right, AI can be the best assistant you've ever had. And this is what we are going to talk about today. So today we will look at where AI truly shines, where it fails spectacularly, and most importantly, how to use it without losing your soul and your learner's trust. I will give you a big reveal, but we will do it a little bit later, so stay tuned. And I will update you about some iSpring new features. So let's go ahead and I will ask you a question. Is AI so really, really good, magical, and imponent as those ads claim on the previous slide? So first of all, today, we will start with limitations. AI is smart, fast, but sometimes it's very, very confidently wrong. let's go through the moments when it just falls apart and what to do when it does. So it's not a surprise that sometimes AI can lie, and it lies confidently. So ask it for academic sources and it will happily quote studies. But as you can see on the screen, 2 are okay, and the third one, totally believable, is from a non-existent organization. So what can you do about it? My advice is always say in your prompts, like list real verifiable sources only. Or you can mention like use browse or search the web modes whenever you can. This pull actual URLs most of the time. And of course, double check links before you quote them anywhere in your courses, in your work. So just to make sure that they exist and updated and verified. Next limitation is losing context. Every model has a context window, a memory limit. Once you exceed it, it forgets earlier parts of the conversation. For example, let's take a look at the slide. So we were talking about OSHAs, and suddenly it throws something about Mexico's OSHAs, STPS, right in the mix. When I call it out, it says, good catch, and continues talking about OSHAs like nothing happened. Can I be sure that previous information is relevant to the yes, to the country I want to create a course about? In my opinion, I can't. I need to double check that. So here's what you can do to avoid this misunderstanding and confusion. So if you're working on something big, save context manually. Paste your summary back in every, 20, 30 messages. Or you can just start a new chat with a short recap of what you've done. So this will allow you to avoid this issue with the limit of memory. So the next limitation, and this one is fun. So even seeing AI answer you with slightly different versions of the same paragraph, like for example, you can ask, give me a list of ways to improve learner engagement. And it keeps starting this gamification and personalization no matter what. That's a loop. Then the model gets trapped in its own phrasing patterns. So you have 2 options on how to avoid it. First of all, you can reset your chat or change your prompt structure. And instead of list, you can say, you can write, compare 5 unusual methods that include gamification or personalization. So is it all that bad? No, if you know how to use AI correctly. And by correctly, I mean the ways to make it actually do what you want it to do, the ones you see on your screen. So let's take a closer look at each one. First of all, the approach. Everything AI gives you is a draft, raw, unpolished material. Then AI writes entire text. It produces something that feels empty and glitched. Unless you have a massive humanizer script, I would not recommend using AI text directly. So use it as your idea generator or stylist, but not as your ghostwriter. Give more context. The more you tell AI, the better it performs. So keep in mind that AI's job is to structure information. So give it something to structure and adjust. Let AI know like who you are, what's your audience, what's your goal, what's your tone of voice? Give as much details as possible. For example, let's quickly compare two prompts on the screen. So guess which one will work better? So prompt number 2 is absolutely longer to type, but the first one will produce a garbage output, but will take hours to edit. Now, here's another trick I personally use every day. Never settle for the first answer. Ask for 10, 15 ideas, titles, metaphors, summaries, quiz names that you're working on. Some of them will be boring. Some of them will be weird. But 1 or 2 will be very, very nice and which you can use in your work. And that's the one you pick to refine. Next up, break your tasks down. AI works best when it's not overwhelmed. Don't ask it to write a full article or make a course. That's like asking someone to cook a full 3-course dinner in one step. Instead, I recommend you go step by step. Ask it to build a structure, suggest bullet points for each section, write an intro draft, and then polish it all together. Quality results are achieved one step at a time, and not in one click, but you can try. Next up is a stop list. AI by design loves cliches. So if you don't stop it, you will get the same corporate poetry we've all seen 1,000 times. Like unlock potential, take it to the next level, leverage information. Purple prose is a term for it, but I bet you know the type. As a tip, you don't need to collect the ban list word by word. There's a ton of lists like that online. Just trim them to your personal preferences. And our final step is the one a lot of us tend to forget. You think of AI as a tool. You tell it what to do and it does what you want. But what if you switch roles? Just finish your prompt with something like, before answering, ask me 3 questions to clarify the task. In the end, it's a win-win situation. You get both better answers and better understanding of your own goals. Now, we've done this limitation and we are done this life hacks. So I hope you see that AI use is not suitable everywhere and it requires your guidance at all steps. So at which stages in these scenarios is AI actually okay to use? So in my opinion, and based on our iSpring team experience, it will have like 4 main points. But if you have any comments, don't hesitate to leave them in the chat. So the first one is a blank page problem. Second is information structuring. Third one, research in depth and surface level. And 4, last but not least, content. Not even 5 points. So you can see they're really, really picky. But if you have something to add to the list, you're more than welcome to do that. But right now, we'll take a look at each one in the list closely. So scenario number 1 is a blank page problem. So you're ready to start, you open a new file, and what now? What are the first words you write? Honestly, I'm I'm a kind of person which not always can come up with a great idea or a perfect writing. So, or with something so perfectly well structured essay on the spot. So that's where AI is my and your best friend. So I can dump my messy, half baked thoughts into chat, and it will organize them into something structured. Not perfect, but enough to get me moving. ChatGPT's dictation mode is also a great tool for that. So you can just talk through your idea. Don't worry about some pauses, topic changes, some and etc. because it will write everything down. Scenario number 2. On the inside, every large language model has tons of information. And for every answer, it structures it. So if it can deal with all knowledge of the world, it can totally deal with a creative mess of ideas, insights, and what ifs. Fit your notes, ask it, and it will suggest things to add, fix, or remove. It's like having a second pair of eyes. Just have another point of view on the situation, on your own thoughts. The next scenario. Of course, you can ask it to find opinions, facts, examples, even negative reviews, and it will. For general research, you can use any language model's web search mode. For something deeper, ChatGPT has a deep research mode. So it pumps out a whole study on your topic. For gathering information from PDFs, documents, Excel files, you can send files right to it. And for talking to web pages directly, you can use Google AI Studio or Gemini. So there is a catch. All tools act like they're very comfortably analyzing the URL you provide, but they actually pull info from other sources. Something can be unrelated. So be cautious with this one and double check the information from AI. And scenario number 4. They are not called generative models for nothing, right? AI can help you generate some quizzes, chapter headings, bullet points, catching intros and transitions, simplify your own text, localize and translate, and more, and even more. But this is a big but. Don't let it write for you. Always edit it. So what do we take from all this? AI is not going anywhere anytime soon. And it's a good thing, right? Because AI isn't your replacement, it's your most powerful assistant, and maybe something even more useful in the future. It can generally make your life easier and improve your results, and that's exactly what we stand for at iSpring. So we took everything we've learned, the good, the bad, the hallucinating, and turn it into something actually useful and amazing for learning professionals. You might know our authoring toolkit as iSpring Suite Max. Well, it's growing up. Today, it becomes iSpring Suite AI, your course creation partner. It doesn't write courses for you. It works with you, helping you design smarter, translate faster, and stay creative. So you can draft content right in the suite, plan course structures, design quizzes and assignments, and even generate visuals all in one place. Now, if you ask me, there are two main benefits, purely practical. First, obviously, it's saving you time. So be sure we've tested it and we're talking about weeks saved, not days or hours. PowerPoint's AI and Suite AI allow you to get rid of routine tasks almost completely. So things that took you 4 weeks before now can take 1 day, literally. So just because of routine delegated to AI. And reason number 2, it saves your budget, and a lot of it. I, as course developer, always had like a requirement to voice over the course, to do translation, and now everything can be done with AI. And now it's all included into your iSpring Suite subscription. Sure, you can still use them, use like voiceovers, translations, editors, but if you want, but now you have option not to. So now it's time to take a look how it works in practice. So remember when we talked about drafts, the fear of the blank page, my favorite one. Well, no more of that fear. And no more switching between windows, copy pasting text between tabs, like saving it somewhere where you can never find it, or even losing your formatting. So there is content generation and refinement right in iSpring tools. So you can generate new text from a few words, the perfect basis for your own thing once you edit it, as we discussed. You can proofread your own text, like typos, spelling, grammar, awkward sentence structures, and all that jazz. You can fix it on the spot without losing the feel that it's actually your text, not an AI copy. You can also structure your content, like have a messy blurb from your notes app that you've decided on the go. iSpring AI can turn it into a nice looking and logical list of ideas. And of course, you can shorten and summarize your content. So this way, you give your learners just the most valuable pieces and leave them with no chances to lose attention. Okay, let's move on to do something simple but life-changing for anyone who's ever built a course: quizzes. In iSpring Cloud, you can now generate quiz questions automatically. So you just need to highlight a paragraph, a chapter, or an entire page, and AI will instantly create questions based on that content. So remember the life hack with details and prompts. The more information, the better. So here it works natively on top of your content that's already here. So why I genuinely believe it's great. So of course it saves your hours of routine work, hours upon hours every day. It makes quizzes more accessible. So, for sure, every course checks learner understanding, and it even helps those who aren't trained instructional designers make solid quizzes. And of course, if you have no ideas, it's help you to come up with some new ones. So you get the right question types, clear logic, and immediate learner feedback. So you don't need to edit manually, it will be generated automatically, and all in the same environment where you create the courses. Now, let's talk about something that used to be, well, for some of us, definitely painful: localization. So before, if you wanted to translate a course, you had to export it in a HLIF format, upload it to an external platform, pay someone, wait 2 weeks, then fix how the formatting, and etc. So do you remember that? So now you just need to click translate with AI. So your course is localized into more than 70 languages in minutes. And yet, here I actually say in minutes. So everything else, structure, layout, design, stays intact. No worries about that. So our AI is powered by OpenAI under the hood because according to all ratings, OpenAI's models are constantly best in translations. You might think like, why do they say that? And why does it matter to have this translation directly in the tool? Because it lowers your costs. Now you don't need external vendors, no hours spent on managing the process. You create accessible training so your learners get content in their native language easily. You drive faster updates, literally translate new policies or courses, revisions in matter of days at worst, with all the editing, but not weeks as it was before, in my experience. So if a team works across regions, this isn't just convenient. It's a main feature. And finally, visuals. Finding the right image for a course used to mean juggling stock sites, copyright concerns, and 37 browser tabs. Now you don't have to leave the iSpring cloud. You just need to describe the scene, pick a style, and AI creates a unique image that fits your course perfectly. Modern office in flat design, done. Hospital classroom in photorealistic style, done. Transparent background, also done. Better than third-party paid tools. So this one feature alone saves hours of searching and keeps your visuals on brand and copyright safe. And let me quickly show you how it works. Okay, on screen right now, we are running AI. Add our description. Improving from one slide to the entire paragraph. Now let's select the style. And let's go ahead and generate. Perfect. We have an amazing visual for our course. We can resize it like for our scrollable course and etc. Great. Okay, now it's time to talk about another feature that can help you a lot, and which is AI text-to-speech. So it's literally giving your courses a voice, no matter the language and whether you have the microphone on hand. Convert text-to-speech and insert pre-recorded audio directly into your video project. So here's how it helps you create more versatile courses faster. So first of all, flexible narration. Record your own voice or generate a professional voiceover from a text script. Full control. Audio can be sped up, slowed down, replaced, and of course, saved for future projects. Global reach. So converted text into 58 languages for multilingual and accessible content. And managed access. This feature is always to team members with the alpha rule in your iSpring Cloud account. So each author receives a quota of 1 million characters every 30 days. And the final feature is your smart in-app AI assistant. So the AI assistant is your built-in copilot ready to deliver instant step-by-step answers right inside iSpring Suite. Here's how it helps you overcome roadblocks. So first of all, insert expertise. Get an immediate help with your software questions, complete with relevant links to our help documentation. The second one is multilingual support. Ask your question in any language. The AI assistant will search our English knowledge base and translate the answer for you. And of course, it's simple to use. So you can find it in the iSpring Suite tab in PowerPoint and just type your question and get guided instructions. That's a sidekick you've always needed, and you don't need to leave iSpring Suite to talk to it now. But if you want to talk to our people at iSpring, you're more than welcome to contact our support team, of course. And of course, that's not all. We are not AI evangelists. We are AI practitioners. And we will continue to add AI agents to iSpring products where they really work and deliver real benefits. Smarter tools, deeper integrations, and even more ways to take routine off your plate. But most importantly, we're keeping the human factor at the center. AI won't make courses for you, but it will help you make courses that actually work. So now that you have the news, let's wrap up. I hope that this session will help you get more actual value from AI tools, both inside and outside iSpring. And I hope you discover how AI can make your life easier this iSpring. So thank you so much for your attention. And do we have any questions in the chat?
Thank you so much, Anna. That was very insightful and fun. There are some questions in the chat, so I will look through those and read them for you, and we can go from there. One of the questions you were answered during your chat, but I think it's good to go over it again, is which AI is iSpring using?
We're using OpenAI. So our AI is based and powered by OpenAI.
Another question they asked was is it able to generate flow diagrams? We saw that we can generate nice images, but is there any way it can help them generate a nice flow diagram?
So do you mean this information like all the numbers and something? I'm afraid not at the moment. So you can just add a description of the picture, or probably you can play with that and try to describe your prompt as detailed as possible and see what it can do. Personally, I didn't try this to do that, but I think we just need to play with that.
And then Rachel's asking, will this be an update to people who already have iSpring, or will this just be an update to their tools?
Yeah. So if you have a subscription to iSpring Suite Max right now, all the updates will be automatically available for you.
And if anyone else has any other questions in the chat, feel free to write them now at any time so she can answer them. And looking forward on that roadmap that we have, what are you most excited for? Which features are you most excited for coming up in the future?
Oh, I don't know, probably some AI feature. AI is always blowing my mind. So just because it gives you something you cannot expect, and sometimes it's so scary, you don't even think that it's possible, but hope it ends here. So yeah, my imagination doesn't work that good right now to expect that. But I don't know. I think probably something about videos will be good, or probably AI interactions or some kind of that. But, that's just what I'm thinking about.
Well, if anyone has any ideas in the chat, I think it'd be useful to write what they would think would be useful. We could always take those into consideration ourselves if they have some ideas.
Okay.
There's a new question. Are there any special prizes on iSpring subscription and for freelancers? The products are excellent, but quite pricey. I think I can answer that because I am in the sales team. So we do have special pricing for freelancers. You can make a request on our website. You can download a trial, and if you're a freelancer, we can reach out about that. But you can also see it on our pricing site. There should be a button for individuals. So there is a little bit difference of pricing for that. Let's see, any other questions? There was a question earlier where somebody asked what your thoughts on using Grok are to generate ideas and content.
I just think that it's up to a person like what tools works for you and which one you use. And I mostly use iSpring because obviously I have a subscription to that.
Mhm.
So it's pretty easy to me. But I also use like another AI tools, also like ChatGPT and DeepSeek and other things. And I'm just sometimes very it's very interesting that it can give you different answers like based on what AI tool you're using.
Mhm.
So they're not like 100% like the same. You need, but for any purpose, you can find the one which will work for you better.
Yeah, I find that myself when I use AI tools for some things. You need to test it out on every type of tool, see what works best. I find, for example, DeepSeek tends to hallucinate about studies less than ChatGPT does. I feel like whenever you look for a study in ChatGPT, it's always hallucinating, whereas DeepSeek, it normally sends you a link, but it sometimes does.
Yeah, and I don't remember what it was about, but I was trying to find something specific to purchase for my home. I don't remember what it was, like some detail for the furniture, and I tried my best to describe it as in so much details as possible, and Dipsy gave me the links to the Amazon where I can purchase it. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. So yeah, but I was able to find it. That's I think that's the best result I had so far. And when I ask about something like when I write to DeepSeek, I feel like I don't know how to explain it, but probably it has more empathy. If I can't say this about AI too, but like in my mind, and for me, it has a little bit more empathy.
Yeah, of course, they all have. Well, I see some people in the comments are saying that Perplexity is better at citing its sources as well. So that's why it's always important, I think, to test them all out. We have another question, right? Is which skills do you think are essential for someone looking to work with AI tools?
I don't know. I'm kind of person that believes that everybody can do anything. I don't know. I know it's too positive and I'll just tell it, but I think first of all, your ability to learn and to be flexible. Because when we're talking about AI, everything changes like every day. And AI, every day there's another new AI tool. And all of a sudden, like all our eyes there. The next day it's on another side. So you need to be flexible, need to learn fast. You need to be able to describe things like in details, to set the right goal, I might say, probably some managing skills. But as for me, this is like something that you need in your life as well. But you need to manage your goals and etc. And to double check the information. Critical thinking is important, like every day in the modern world. In the work, it's definitely important. So you need to, sometimes it feels like you need to doubt everything you know and any kind of information like from the internet. And because right now, I don't know if you noticed that, but there's so many like videos and so many pools. Can you guess which image was created with AI, or that video was created with AI or not? And I'm failing sometimes, to be honest. So This
Mhm.
comments are real.
Yeah.
So this is why, yeah, I think, and of course you need to be like open-minded to try something new every day.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
this is what I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and there's, I think, two more questions, and then we'll be moving on to the next speaker. The first question, I think it's something I can answer. Is there a different, they see there's a difference in costs of iSpring Suite AI and Cloud AI, and if they're an educator, which one should they consider? I can say that's going to depend on your needs, right? For the Suite, that's the PowerPoint tool in which you are able to create quizzes, add on to all the PowerPoints, whereas the Cloud AI is what we just saw with that image generation in the cloud and is like more web-based scrollable content. The best way would be kind of to reach out to our team. We'll have some links for that later. And from there, you can kind of talk to someone on our sales team and they'll be able to kind of discuss with you what would be a better fit for you. And then the last question we have, do you have a script or like a searching guide available that's based on your experience that you could share with the people in the chat or anything like this?
I think I do have this one, but it will be great if you like send me a message on LinkedIn, because here I have linked to my LinkedIn account. So I will share it with you like directly in the messages. I also Riley, if you don't mind, I just noticed one comment in the chat. I have my phone here. That's our translate to follow the chat questions. So sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, but we have a message from J.A. Allen. Many articles out there on the fact that AI is more human than we think and struggles with replying because any I actually don't know the answer responses. AI is first by design to answer. I just think that's a great idea. Then you need to AI needs to give you an answer like all the time. So,
Looks like there's one more question that came through too. We'll be creating bite-sized training modules for the new AI features enhancements that have been approved. So I guess they're asking if we're going to have special like training modules, YouTube videos, and so on for all these new features.
I think that we will have one like on our YouTube channel, but anyway, it sounds like a great idea to send it to our content department. So they will come up with something, or just follow our upcoming webinars. I believe we will definitely cover it there, and you can ask questions.
Yep, sounds great. Well, thanks so much, Anna. It was very insightful, as I said before, and we are going to start to move on.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone. I hope that you will enjoy these iSpring AI days. And yeah.
All right. See you. Have a great day.
See ya.
So if Anna's talk has inspired you to just start creating courses right away, I just want to let you guys know that right now, if you get a new copy of iSpring Suite AI, you will also get included a free video course, for aspiring instructional designers. And let me just highlight that this is a limited time offer only for the participants of this conference right now, iSpring AI days. So just for you, it will stay active for 3 days only, just until the end of October. And the best part is you're not just getting the standard video course, you'll be getting the pro plan, which means that you'll have a personal trainer who will be able to give you live expert feedback. So that's kind of your own personal suite trainer who will be checking and reviewing your assignments, helping you fix those mistakes, and helping you create top-notch courses. We'll put a link in the chat for you to complete your request and take advantage of this offer. But just remember, this offer will only be valid for 3 days. All right, so now let's move on to our next speaker, Mike Taylor. Mike has more than 20 years of experience in learning and development. And if you've been following his Friday Finds newsletter, you know he always brings something special to the conversation. In his session, The Director's Chair, Orchestrating AI for Truly Effective Learning, Mike will show how to approach AI not as a shortcut, but as a creative partner or partners, and make all the available AI-fueled options work for you in unison. Mike, you're welcome. We're all ears.
Thanks, and hello, everyone. Thanks for being here, and I'm excited to kind of be part of this great event. And so let's just go ahead and dive in. So tell me if I'm the only one who has had this experience. You discover this shiny new AI tool that's super promising, and you grab your cup of coffee and you spend 10 minutes, and next thing you know, you've got this fully built out training module with slides and a quiz and maybe even a snazzy description for your LMS. And you think, wow, that was super easy. And then after a moment or so, you sort of take a closer look and you think, yeah, maybe that was a little bit too easy. So that's what I want to dive into today with you, because the real question here isn't what AI can do. It's really important to understand and be aware of who is directing our AI tools, and that should be us. So let's jump in and unpack this a little bit and talk about it a little more. So if you think about a movie set, if you were walking around, you would see crew members everywhere. You'd have the sound crew, you'd have the lighting techs, but without a director, it's probably going to be pretty chaotic. And none of those technical experts or specialists really have the vision to realize the potential and guide everyone towards the goal. So the thing about directors, they don't run the cameras, they don't build the sets. Their role is setting the vision, bringing out the best in everyone else. And if you think about those of us who are using AI in learning, that's our job too as learning professionals. We don't have to do everything, but we are critical to make sure that it all fits together and everything works to achieve our learning goals. And AI is super fast without question, but without direction, it's kind of a scenario of we're just getting lost faster. So I've seen a lot of people designing training content generated by AI that really feels like, yeah, it's really fast, but is it really any good? Is it making an impact? And that's a really critical question for all of us. Partially, or in large part, because the training industry's over $350 a year industry globally. But even before AI gets here, there's some research up to 80 or 90% of the training that's created never gets applied on the job, which is kind of like shooting a movie that nobody ever sees. And this isn't a new problem, but with AI, it has the potential to make things worse if we're not using AI appropriately. So our current situation, AI can create lots of content, lots of courses, but again, the real question to remember is it doesn't change anything. So most of our organizations, the demand is there, the demand for training, the need for training. A lot of organizations, the investment is there as well. Our challenge is making the results meet up and match up with that demand and investment that we're getting. And right now, that's not happening so much. And the really important thing to note, probably say this and reiterate this several times over the next half hour, is, now that AI is here in a big way, in some ways it's our fastest and shiniest crew member. It's got amazing potential, but we've got to remember who's in charge and who's directing the outputs, because tools alone could never make a great film. And same thing with AI tools alone cannot make great learning. Many of us have probably experienced this. You've probably heard from your leadership, hey, we need to use AI for this. We need to use AI for that. We need to make more content faster. And to some degree, that is true. But the catch is, if your direction was a little fuzzy before AI, now all we're doing is kind of speeding up the chaos, because what we're doing is we're creating more of the wrong stuff faster, which is making the problem worse. So that's the trap that we're going to try to talk about. How do we avoid that today? And we want to avoid that speed without direction problem. If you don't follow Philippa Hardman, she's a fantastic resource for the intersection of AI and learning. And she kind of captures this idea perfectly. She says the biggest risk is that AI just makes us more effective at doing something deeply ineffective. And that really struck me in a big way, you know, and I think we should all have that quote taped up above every prompt window and every AI tool that we use, because it's super, super important to remember. I think especially when people are just starting out, they don't think about it in this sense of who's giving the direction. And I see a lot of people and a lot of teams using AI like a vending machine. You sort of stick in a topic, you press a button, and out comes a set of slides, maybe a course, and then we just kind of hope that it's good. And in most of my experience, it's usually not that great without the human sort of guiding and directing what we're trying to do. So we get really fast stuff, but it tends to be generic, pretty soulless. It's not wrong, it's technically correct, it's just sort of forgettable. And that's the danger. Work that looks fine, but really doesn't have an impact. So let me show you an actual example of what this looks like. Imagine our goal, imagine our management has come to us and we need to tell the world that Subaru builds safe cars. So I did this, and I took my prompt to an AI tool and just said that, say, I want to tell people Subaru cars are safe. So let's play a short video here and let's see what the output of that non-directed AI result looks like. So let's watch that and then we'll talk about it.
Why do 95% of safety experts recommend Subaru vehicles for their families? Subaru vehicles consistently receive top ratings in the Insurance Institute for highway safety crashworthiness evaluations, with the majority of models earning the IUHS Top Safety Pick Plus designation. Furthermore, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration
So I'm gonna stop and reshare here in just a second to see if we can get that resolved. But what the gist of that video is it really was great. Like I said, it was technically correct. It gave facts and figures, and it gave logic. Okay, now I'm getting Zoom issue. All right. Okay, cool. All right. So it looks like technical issues. We're going to just roll with it here. So the AI generated video without any direction is just giving us facts and figures. And facts and figures and logic are not what persuade people to take action. So it's facts and figures are sort of like informational wallpaper, and that's what we get when we treat AI like it's a vending machine. So what I want to do now is let's see what happens when we take the same content, the same goals, but this time I want to add a director's input. So I'm using the same tools, the same technology, but I think you'll agree that this is a very different feeling and impact on the receiving end. So let's hope that our technology is going to do a little bit better with this one, and let's give this one a try.
They lived. They lived. They lived.
We lived, thanks to our Subaru.
Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
So hopefully that one came through. And that one was a very different experience. And it really packed emotion. So this wasn't the AI doing magical things. That was the human director who's shaping the meaning, who's infusing emotion. And that's all about the direction by the human. So the key point, if you feel the difference with those, which I think everybody can, it's pretty powerful difference. It's encapsulated. So this, again, not a new phenomenon. Dale Carnegie said this over 100 years ago. It's important for us when we're designing our training to remember that when we're dealing with people, we're not dealing with creatures of logic, but creatures of emotion. So AI is great at processing data, but it doesn't understand your culture. It doesn't know your audience. It doesn't have the context that it needs to make these emotionally resonant connections. And that's where we have an edge. So the humans are uniquely positioned. That's you, that's me. AI is brilliant at scale and speed, but it doesn't have any kind of empathy or creativity or strategy. And those are things that only we can give, only we can contribute to our projects. There's Donald Taylor has a great report out where they looked at actual real projects using AI for learning projects. And they found that the most successful ones keep the human at the steering wheel or in the director's chair, guiding things like this that make a bigger impact and improve our learning outcomes. So if AI is our crew, how do we actually direct it? What does that actually mean? Up until now, it's sort of been really theoretical. So let's shift gears a little bit and kind of look at the real work. And this is where I think the cool, fun part kind of begins. So before I step into that real, actual example and show you some practical things, I want to kind of give you this framework, which I think is helpful. And this is kind of based on what real directors do, but it's also relevant to what learning professionals do. And there's sort of 3 phases when we're working on projects. The first one, pre-production. So this is where every great project starts. As you know from your experience in learning, it's important to get the upfront analysis and information correct. And so here's where we're asking questions like, what does success look like? What is the context unique to our environment that we have to give to AI? What types of things are non-negotiable? They must be in, they must not be in. And if we skip this detail, AI may gladly fill in the missing pieces, but you're probably not going to like what you want. So this is a really important, critical first step. And what we do here influences everything that follows. So that's phase 1, the pre-production phase. Phase 2 is where we get to production. So this is where we're really kind of directing the scene where the action is happening. And we wouldn't go to an AI tool and say, make me some training. This is where we're going to give AI the clarity. Kind of think of it as if you're directing a new intern. So give it the constraints, the context, all of the things, not just commands. So we're going to give it context. We're going to set constraints. We want to define both your role and the role that you want AI to play. And then we want to give it success criteria. And that's how directing is going to get us towards more successful projects. And then the last one, also an important step, this is where we really look closely at the human touch. So asking questions like, does it connect emotionally? Does it sound authentic? Does it feel and sound like something we would say here in our organization? And if all of those questions aren't definite yeses, it's time to sort of iterate. So we're not going to publish it, we're going to polish it a little bit before. We think that thinking of a movie set, a director would never do one take and just say done. Directors take multiple takes to get the right details and the right context and all of that stuff, right? And we should be thinking that same way for our projects. So let's kind of get a little bit hands-on as much as we can in our limited time here. So I want to give us a scenario, same task, but two different approaches. So we'll start off with a more passive version, and then we'll compare that with a directed approach and see if we see a difference. So let's just say here we want to teach managers how to give constructive feedback. And so I head over to Claude. You can see that I put in here a pretty passive generic prompt for that. The results that Claude gave me, one of my employees delivered a project late. They underestimate timelines. I need to give feedback that helps him improve without losing motivation. And it suggested a role play with a particular model. And the thing that you notice about this is probably, yeah, technically it's correct. It feels pretty generic. This could be any company, any industry. Nothing really feels like your own situation. And it's just words, right? So advice is not bad. It's lacking. It teaches a technique, but it doesn't have all those details, and it certainly doesn't touch on any of the emotions that would be present to capture the dynamics of this interaction between two people. So let's try another approach. Let's try a more directed approach. So here's the directed version. Again, same topic. This time I'm giving it a lot more context. So it's a family-owned company, long tenured employees, strong relationships, and a culture that avoids conflict. That's a critical piece here to capture our unique environment. And this time, the tone suddenly changes. The examples, I get a lot more rich information out of AI. And the examples sound real. I'm using interactive workshops with real plant scenarios, role play with longtime coworkers. You can kind of see here, this approach is better because it's not just teaching people what to do, it's also teaching them how to think and feel differently. In this case, about accountability in a culture where relationships are super important. So it changes how people think and feel, and not just what they do, which is super, super important. And I think something that's often lacking in a lot of the training that I get to see. So the thing is that better output, it's not about a super secret magical prompt or expert prompt tuning. So these are decisions like a director would make before I'm asking the AI to execute and before I'm asking it to do anything. So what was the culture? Where's the tension? What should people feel? What do we want to avoid? And the important thing here, those are all important human decisions. And that's your edge, that's my edge. Anybody who's doing this work, that's our real value. So I want to pause here. I'm going to take a look and see if there's any questions. I'd love to hear, in one word or a couple few words, what's your biggest takeaway from this idea and this framework about being a director when you're working with AI? So let me pause and take a look here. So I get inspired. I see an inspired. That's good. Looks like there are a couple technical troubles here. Emotions, pull on emotions. That's a good one, Jay. I think something that's often overlooked in a lot of training programs is that emotional aspect. We remember things that are emotionally resonant. And in fact, emotions are often our brain's way of flagging like, hey, this is important. We should pay attention to that. It seems like it's kind of a taboo thing in a lot of organizations to touch on emotions. It's something I say, I'll do important things, but be personable and be humorous and tap into those emotions. That's a very important thing for all of us. So cool. Yeah, Claire is talking about keeping learners engaged, and that again is another component of keeping learners engaged. I think a couple simple things that we can all do is make your content simple and easy to understand. Make sure that it's useful and personally relevant for your audience. That's another critical piece. And then again, as we've been talking about here, that emotionally resonant element. And those are all three things that are easy for us to do. Doesn't have to require learning any new tools or buying expensive software. And sort of the paradox of all of this, I think, is AI doesn't replace us, it really amplifies us. So the tools are getting faster, but the meaning that matters still starts with us as humans. And I think this is a really cool opportunity to let AI handle the busy work where we get time to focus on the human elements, the connection. So all of that's to say that I think AI can actually make us more human as long as we're remembering to stay in the director's chair and take control of what the AI is doing for us. So before you run off and kind of start this director approach on your own, let's talk about a few sort of common mistakes that I see people make. And fortunately, the good news is these are all pretty easy to fix. So the first common mistake that I see is people treat the first output as the final product. For me, the first output is never the final product. Just like we talked about, we wouldn't make an entire movie only filming one take of every scene. That's crazy for a director, and for a movie, it's also crazy for us. So that's really just your starting point. Once you get that result, we're going to edit, refine all those questions we talked about in that post-production phase. We're going to do that. The second mistake that I see is I see some people think, oh, I don't understand AI. I don't know enough about it. I don't know how it works. But the important thing in this context is learning. Hopefully your people as well as possible. And that's the part that AI doesn't know. That's the critical part to make learning successful. And so it's your knowledge of those things in partnership with AI, and you don't have to be, an AI expert. And then the last thing I see people get hung up on, oh, I don't have time to write perfect prompts. There are tools and ways to write prompts. Let AI help you write your prompts. But here's the truth is your organization doesn't really want speed. It wants the impact. It wants that 80 or 90% of training that's not having any effect. That's what your organization really wants. And remember, speed without purpose just means bad training faster. And another quote from Philippa Hartman that I think captures this well is, in this arena, our success is going to depend as much on emotions of humans as it will on the effectiveness of the AI technology. So that's a reminder that I keep coming back to. AI isn't about replacing us. It's amplifying what makes us human. And then the truth is, I said there's not a magical prompt or a magical technique for any of this, and that's because everyone's context is different. Everyone's success criteria is different, and that means that everyone has to direct differently. So there can't be a magic universal prompt that works for everybody. It's just your context, your learners, your culture, your goals, and your purpose. And again, I just kind of reiterate here, we are uniquely positioned to understand all of those details that help us create that emotional resonance that AI is never going to be able to do. And even though tools can automate a lot of things, they'll never be able to automate that. And so that's a good thing for us. That's a great opportunity for us. So if you want to kind of keep exploring this, there's 3 people here that I have found personally super helpful. Philippa Hardman, we've seen a couple of her quotes. She is really on the leading edge of thinking of the application of AI in the learning space. Josh Cavalier, a lot of super practical information, just has a new book out that's really good and helpful. And then Ross Stevenson covers a lot of tools and a lot of really creative applications that are super accessible and practical. So these 3 folks are doing really brilliant work at this intersection of learning and AI. If you're not already following them, great people to plug into and connect with and follow. So before we sort of put the final wrap up here, I'm curious, what's your next step? Take a second, drop one thing in chat. Is there something you might try after today? Maybe it's trying an AI tool with more direction. Maybe you might want to rewrite a course intro to make it feel more human. Whatever that might be, please go ahead and share that in the chat area there. And remember, directors don't just imagine, they take action. So that's where you can step in and maybe put a new perspective, a new lens on the work that you're doing and the work that you're doing going forward. Yeah, I see fast content is not effective. Awesome, somebody's taking that to heart, very good. Using the tools effectively, right? And remember, it's a partnership. We can't just turn over our thinking to the tool. So that's a really good comment as well. Trying to keep an eye here, other comments as they jump in. Yeah, so someone want to explore how AI can help make my learning modules be more engaging and relatable. Yeah, great comment. That's where that human context and understanding your learners and your audience and the people you're talking to. If we don't understand our learners and the environment they're working in, it's really super difficult to hit that emotional resonance that we're looking for. So, that's a good one. Awesome. All right. So keep those coming in. We'll take a look at those. We'll go ahead and wrap up, and then we'll see if there's any questions. So just as a reminder here, we need more directors. We don't need necessarily more AI tools. The AI is not the star. The AI is just our crew. And you're the one who brings the vision, the empathy, the clarity, and you're actually the one that makes learning that matters. So I'm going to pop up a screen here. If you want a copy of the slides, contact information, happy to take some questions here in our remaining time.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. That was kind of a spot on presentation. I think if anyone does have questions for him, make sure to write it in the chat now while we still have a chance. That way, we can get kind of more useful information out of that. I think we're directly right about saying that you need to be the director and it's just your crew. As we see throughout all of our presentations today, AI is kind of that assistant in this situation. And there were some questions in the chat about the presentations. They will be sent to everyone. We'll have recordings sent to everyone after the conference. It will take some time as we prepare everything.
Anything else big that I missed, Riley?
I don't think there's anything. I think you kind of covered everything. Very good presentation. I think you were also engaging with the chat throughout. So, you kind of got to their comments already beforehand, which was very good. So I think it's a good sign if there's no questions. It means you answered
Okay, all
everyone's
right, all
questions
right. Well,
beforehand, you know?
I always think of my best questions after I hang up. So, my contact information is here, pretty easy to find. Thanks everybody for spending a little time together, and I hope you go out there and direct some amazing learning.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much for your time. It was a great presentation. All right, let me introduce one more thing here before we go to our break. If you need a professional like LMS, more than just an authoring tool, you can get a trial of iSpring LMS as well. It's our flagship LMS model. It's the one that thousands of companies use globally already every day. And we know for a fact that it helps them achieve great results. So we'll drop a link for that in the chat. Actually, let me see. It looks like there is a comment that came in, Mike. How do orgs incorporate internal information into Gen AI queries?
Yeah, so depending on the tool, like you can upload documents and point it at information and materials. And then, one caveat with all of these tools is, you have to be careful what you're putting in there. If it's, proprietary company information, you obviously don't want that to be out and spread across the internet. So depending on your organization, what safeguards they have in place, what tools you have available, you definitely want to make sure you have a conversation with your IT security folks to make sure nothing accidentally gets out. But lots of ways you can do that. Point the AI at your materials, ask questions of it, use that as the basis of what you're generating. So pretty easy to do that with the caveat of just make sure you're keeping everything secure that should be secure.
Yeah, I think that's always, you always want to check that you're not feeding into some secret documents from your company. So
yeah, but we don't want to miss a checkbox somewhere that puts our secrets out on the internet.
Yeah, of course. Right. All right. So we've covered a lot today, I think. So I think it's time for a short break. So stretch a bit, grab some coffee, check your notes, and maybe take a second to connect with someone in the chat. The break will be 25 minutes long. So we will start again in around 25 minutes, or at 12:30, we should start again. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good recharge, stretched a bit, maybe even stepped outside for a minute, or just had a good discussion in the chat. Let's get the energy back up before we move on. So for a quick chat warm-up, there's a rather high chance that some of you are already using AI tools in your work. So if you can write what is one tiny way AI already helps you in your work, maybe rewriting text, translating, finding examples, or nothing at all. If so, why? Drop that into chat and let's see what's actually working for you in real life. Creating images and backgrounds, yep. Make sure to just continue writing some use cases so everyone can see kind of what everyone else is doing. I see there's creating images, creating knowledge check questions, right? Reflecting on assumptions. A lot of these are all kind of great answers. So clearly, right, we already have an audience who knows how AI tools work. They're not hesitating to experiment, and that's great to see. In case you didn't get a chance earlier during the break, here's a quick reminder about the special offer that we mentioned. When you purchase iSpring Suite AI right now, you'll get a video course for aspiring instructional designers as a gift. The link in the chat is still in the chat to book this offer. In addition to this video course, you get a live chat with an iSpring expert to guide you through the Suite's AI's functionality. So personal access to a personal trainer's help and a full-scale intro. There's just no way you won't be comfortable using the industry's most powerful authoring tool after that. You'll master it and be able to do amazing things. Now, let's go full speed ahead. Moving on to our next session, and it's one that I know many of you have been waiting for. Marina Arshavsky is joining us to talk about how to design faster with AI without losing quality, style, and that creative spark that makes the learning experiences you create unique. Marina is the author of Instructional Design for eLearning, a bestseller that many of us learned from, and her approach always balances creativity with hands-on practicality. Marina, welcome. We're excited to tune in for your session.
Hello, and welcome and thank you for having me today. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let's see if in the chat if they say they can.
Okay, thank you.
They say they can hear you.
Okay, excellent. So today we'll talk about designing faster with AI. So I'll talk about how to create engaging course materials that actually work. And I will use some of the prompts that I actually use in my work. And I will also show you some examples as well. So hopefully you'll learn a lot today. Okay, so just a little bit about me. I'm an instructional designer with almost 20 years of experience. I worked in corporations and government agencies and in higher education. I'm a founder of Your eLearning World and the author of Instructional Design for eLearning and eLearning Design on a Shoestring. I'm also a doctoral student at Johns Hopkins University currently, and my focus is AI in course design and marketing. And I've received multiple awards, including a Markham Gold Award, a Top 100 Leaders in Education Award, and many, many more. And my passion is actually combining traditional instructional design with modern marketing principles and AI tools. So, if you struggle with blank screen syndrome, if you're really like starting a course, creating a course, and then you're thinking you're sitting down and you want to create a course, and then you just wonder, how do I even start? Where do I start? Or if your courses lack engagement, so you don't even know how to create engaging materials. Let's say you have the objectives, but you just don't know how to create interactivity. Or if you're curious about AI, but just unsure how to use it. So today we'll talk about all of that. And basically, I will share my 8-step framework, examples of AI tools that I use, and also some prompts that you can apply immediately to your next course. So one of the major problems that I find that many course creators and instructional designers have is that, and that's also one of the reasons why courses often fail, is that it takes about 50 to 100 hours to create just 1 hour of quality e-learning content. So subject matter experts include every piece of information, which makes learning very hard to follow, and learners feel tired and disengaged. Also, because of that, there can be low interactivity because it takes a long time to actually create quality interactivity. And many courses actually start relying on static slides with little opportunity for learners to think, reflect, or practice their skills. Also, time constraints is another problem. So course design requires structuring information, creating activities, and designing visuals, and ensuring alignment with objectives. And that all, again, takes time. So the solution here is to combine solid instructional design with AI, and that can really change the dynamic completely. And again, I just want to point out that I don't think that AI by itself can do the work. I think it's just that instructional designers need to work together with AI to create quality courses. So here is my creative framework. That's the framework that I use to create my courses. And I think that to overcome like common course design challenges like time constraints, content overload, and low engagement, this framework works perfectly as it integrates AI it accelerates the process, and also at the same time, it leverages your instructional design skills. So this framework allows you to build effective, engaging, and scalable experiences, but it also lets AI handle the repetitive or like time-consuming parts. So the AI does not do everything. It just handles the parts that you shouldn't be handling, and that really takes up a lot of your time. So you bring instructional design and strategy to the table, and then AI brings speed and support. So that framework stands for C stands for create learning outcomes. So we all know about that. R stands for research and outline the course. E stands for enhancing with interactive materials. A stands for assemble and produce media. T for tailoring visual design. I for integrating assessments. V for verifying implementation. E for evaluating and evolving. And we'll talk about each one in detail. I'll give you some prompts and I'll give you some tips, as well as we'll talk about some of the tools that we can possibly use. So the first one is creating learning outcomes. We always want to start with clear learning outcomes. We know that as instructional designers, we always care about objectives. So what exactly should learners be able to do by the end of the course? And this step actually defines the entire course strategy, so it's very important. The key tips here is basically refining the AI output. So let me give you a prompt that I like to use. So one of the prompts that I use a lot is, and I use ChatGPT for that. So you're a professional instructional designer, generate 3 measurable learning outcomes for a beginner course on conflict resolution, or you can plug in whatever topic you're developing your course on. But then once you get the results, you always want to refine the AI output with your expertise. I always say that it takes both instructional designer and AI to work. They have to work together. Otherwise, it's just not going to be the best course or the best solution. So that's why I'm saying that you always need to refine your output. I never use the first output that I get from AI. I always keep refining until I'm happy with the results. And you also need to ensure outcomes are specific, observable, and relevant. And remember that objectives form the foundation for assessments, materials, and activities that follow. So as you create your objectives, or as you work with AI to create your objectives, you need to pay attention to your future assessments and materials and activities that will be created as well. So R stands for research and outline the course. So once your outcomes or objectives are clear, your next step is to organize your content into a logical, learner-friendly structure. So AI tools can help you generate module titles, lesson descriptions, anything that you need based on your learner outcome. But again, you will have to continually refine the output that you get. I like to use ChatGPT, and I also use Notion AI for that. And the prompt that I like to use is you're a professional instructional designer based on these outcomes, and then I list all the outcomes that I finalized, that I got from AI, and that are actually they're final, not the first output that I got. And create a 6-module course outline with lesson descriptions. And it's important to remember that we want to use we never use whatever AI generates as our base. So I'll say this again and again. And then we always have to apply our instructional judgment to scaffold, sequence, and adjust. So to me, AI is a tool. It's my assistant, but I never just rely on it. E stands for enhancing with interactive materials. So AI can generate scenario-based questions, discussion prompts, reflection tasks, or it can even generate a branching dialogue. It can do long scenarios. It can do whatever you ask it to do. But again, you will have to refine it, and you have to feed the objectives and the content that you have. So an example prompt that I use is: imagine you're an instructional designer, write a short case study and 3 discussion questions for a lesson on, let's say, ethical decision making in this case, but again, you'll plug in whatever course you're designing. So I use it to create scenario-based questions. I use it to create reflection tasks for personal connection with learners. I use it for discussion prompts if I want something more like collaborative with my learners. Like I said, it can do branching dialogues. It can do decision-based. You can create decision-based learning with it. And this is where real engagement comes in. So you're not just teaching the information, you're prompting learners to think, apply, and reflect. And I work with subject matter experts a lot on this. So sometimes I create just a brand new project in, let's say, ChatGPT, and I feed all the examples and scenarios and case studies that they share. And then once the time comes for scenario questions or branching dialogues or interactivity, I just pull their examples from there. A stands for assemble and record multimedia content. So multimedia content is powerful, but scripting it obviously takes time. So AI can help by turning outlines into learner-friendly conversational scripts for videos or in voiceovers. I like to use 11 Labs for my AI voiceovers, and I use HeyGen for my AI video creation. And just in few, I think very soon I will show you an example. I believe that it's not the next slide, but I will definitely show you an example of how I do it. So you can focus on tone and intent, and then AI helps you execute it efficiently. And this allows you to produce more multimedia content without the traditional time investment. So again, we need to be careful. We need to look at our goals. So sometimes AI is not your best friend when it comes to creating videos, and you do need real videos. Sometimes I use other tools, or I clone talking heads, but I really tend to like using AI video when it comes to shorter segments, when I have to mainly like introduce something or do a very short segment, very short scenario, or introduce a scenario or case study. So I tend to use AI videos a lot for that. T stands for tailoring visual design. So you don't need to be a professional graphic designer to create effective templates and visuals for your courses. AI tools can actually produce clean, branded slides, handouts, and concept visuals that support learning. So I like to personally use Canva Magic Write. I use Gamma, I use DALL-E, I use Midjourney. And I also like to use Manus AI. So these slides that you're seeing right now, they were actually built with Manus AI. It's a very simple tool to use. It's not expensive. It actually has a free trial, and you do get some credits that you can even create shorter presentations for free, and it gives you a very clean output. Again, of course, it's your partner, so you do have to tweak certain things, you have to move things around, you have to tell it how much content you want on each slide. You can then download it as a PowerPoint, and then you can make the edits there yourself. But it gives you a pretty clean interface, so you do have your presentation pretty much ready, and you don't need a graphic designer. So again, remember that visuals should support learning, not distract. So you only want to add visuals when they help learners actually process the information. And the reason I say that here is because in many cases, when AI tools create slides for you, you end up with visuals that don't make any sense. So you want to carefully review your visuals and make sure that they actually do make sense and they belong where they are. In many cases, I have to replace images, but it's still worth it. And the prompt that I like to use here is your professional instructional designer, generate an infographic or a photo or an image layout showing the conflict resolution process. So again, I state what exactly I want, who I am, what I want, and what should be the result, or what should they show. And I stands for integrating assessment. So AI can help you move beyond basic quizzes and into very meaningful evaluations. You can use it to generate basic knowledge checks, rubrics, or even performance tasks that assess real application of learning, which is great, and it makes your life easier as an instructional designer. So like I said, I use it to generate knowledge checks. I just mentioned it a second ago. And for example, I like to use it for quick quizzes to verify understanding of key concepts. But if you just give the content to AI and you just tell it to create knowledge checks, in many cases, it just creates questions that are good for recalling certain facts. So and the goal is to assess real application of learning, not just recall. So AI definitely speeds up the drafting process, but you also want to make sure that your assessments align with instructional goals and performance criteria. So in my case, I always tell it that I'm looking for application level, that I'm looking for I'm not looking for recall or fact checking, and I'm telling it exactly the criteria that I need, so that my questions are not just recall questions, but they meet the performance criteria. I also like to use AI tools to generate rubrics, to get structured templates for collaborative assessments. And I also like to use it for real world application scenarios that demonstrate mastery of the content. And what I do previously, again, I create a project and I feed all the information that I have in there, and then I ask it to generate knowledge checks and questions for me. V stands for verifying implementation. So before you launch your course, you, of course, must test it and make sure that the modules are loading, quizzes work, that all the links are functional. AI can really help you generate a comprehensive QA checklist. And I usually create at least 4 checklists. So I like to create technical checklists, so to verify that all modules load correctly, links work, so on. And I also like to create checklists for assessment validation to ensure that all quizzes and assessments are functional, that they provide appropriate feedback, and so on. Another type of checklist that I like to create is a checklist for content review. So checking for typos, clarity, consistency across all materials, and so on. And also for pilot testing. So I usually have a small group test the course and provide usability feedback. And I like to create a checklist for that as well. So I usually again feed all the content, all the information about the course. I also include my goal, and then I said, and then I just basically pull the information that give it a prompt, and it pulls the content that I shared and creates the checklist for me. And this actually helps ensures that learners have a smooth experience from day one through test, and then testing actually prevents that frustration and it increases completion rates. And you still need the checklist anyway. And AI does a pretty good job creating a very thorough checklist for you in regardless if you want a more technical one or just content review type of checklist. Next is evaluate and evolve. So after you launch your course, you need to continue revising and iterating. So courses aren't static. So they always change, they're dynamic. So they evolve based on what's working and where learners are struggling. So AI can really help you analyze feedback and identify areas for improvement. So AI can help you with your analytics review. For example, it can help you identify like completion rates, engagement patterns, but it can also help you with your feedback analysis. So for example, if you have a lot of open-ended questions and you need to analyze them so that you know how to proceed next time, or when you do your other iteration of the course, you can always use that feedback AI to create a feedback analysis for you. I really like to use, for example, ChatGPT to upload the responses and all the content that I have and ask it to summarize everything for me and then give me the steps to improve my next course. So that saves me a lot of time. And here is the demo that I created. And first, I'm just going to walk you through how I did it. So basically for this demo, I followed 4 steps here. So first is content planning. So I defined learning objectives, my target audience. Then I generated script using ChatGPT, and I wanted to make sure that it's conversational. So it took me several iterations to go through the script that it produced for me to make sure that I like it. Then I created voiceovers in 11 labs to make sure that my narration sounded as natural as it could. And I used HeyGen to combine visuals and audio into a final video. So I will play it for you right now. Hopefully it will play in just a second.
Imagine building a professional course or marketing campaign in a fraction of the time, without losing quality or the human touch. I'm Marina Arshavsky, and I specialize in AI-powered course creation and marketing strategies. With 20 years in education and 8+ years in digital marketing, I know what it takes to create content that teaches, sells, and scales. I've helped course creators, corporations, universities, and brands turn ideas into market-ready products using ChatGPT for content, Canva and Leonardo for visuals, and 11 Labs for studio quality voiceovers. My work is about more than technology. It's about creating experiences that learners remember and clients trust. This video is an example of what's possible with AI. If you're ready to build a course, craft a marketing strategy, or see how AI can revolutionize your content, let's connect and bring your ideas to life faster and better.
Okay, so this is the course, not the course, but a video that was, I just created as a sample to show you how I usually create my videos. And I did it from, basically, it was all AI, like I said, starting from scripting to voiceover generation to video production.
Imagine building a professional course or
So to bring it all together with that creative framework that I just shared, you now have that step-by-step approach that actually blends instructional design best practices with different AI tools. And you can create courses that actually work for learners, and it doesn't take you as much time as if you wouldn't be using AI. So again, I just want to say this one more time, that it's not just about using AI, it's about creating courses that actually work for learners. So it's very important that instructional designers work together with AI and they actually double check and triple check everything that AI produces. So we want to create learning outcomes, research and outline our course, enhance with interactive materials, assemble and produce media, tailor a visual design, integrate assessments, verify implementation, and evaluate and evolve. So that you can use every single step here with AI. But again, don't forget about your expertise, and don't forget about solid instructional design principles. That's super important. Also, I get a lot of questions about the tools that I like to use, and I know that I mentioned a few tools during my presentation, but I just wanted to take a brief moment and just tell you again which tools I really tend to use a lot. So for content creation, for design and development, I use ChatGPT, Claude, and Notion AI. For designing and visuals, I use Canva, Magic Studio, Gamma, and Manus. And as I mentioned before, I like Manus a lot better than Gamma, and I created the slides using Manus AI. And also AI-generated media. I use several different tools. Actually, it's more than 5, but these are some of the major tools that I use most often. It's Leonardo, Hedra, HeyGen, Synthesia, and Midjourney. Okay, so, and if you want to take this further, I've created several resources for you. So I have a free guide that includes AI prompts to create powerful course content. So you can download it for free from my website. Also, there is a course creator toolkit that has even more AI prompt templates, and it even has an ebook creating transformational online courses. You can also find it if you follow the link. And of course, I work a lot with institutions, private clients, and corporate clients to design courses that support learning outcomes and institutional goals. And I leverage AI to create the courses as well. And of course, solid instructional design principles, as I already mentioned several times. And I'd love to connect on LinkedIn. So here is my profile. So I'd be really happy if you have any other questions, if you want to ask, you can ask it there, or I'd be just happy to connect with you and and follow you back. So now it's your turn. If you have any questions for me about anything that you saw or anything that we talked about.
Thank you, Marina, for that fantastic walkthrough. So everyone, if you have questions for her, write in the chat right now. That way we can kind of get to the key questions that are asked. I already saw there was one question somebody asked. They were asking about checking for licensing. If they're using AI images, what should they think about about licensing of those images? Is there any concerns there for online courses?
Usually when I start working with my clients, I tell them that I use AI to create courses, so they know that the images will be generated with AI. And many of my clients, they actually want me to do that, so I don't necessarily have to tell them that. Also, I replace a lot of the images that are AI generated with other images, and I do give credit to the sites where I get the images. But if the image is AI generated and it's just completely AI generated, I just basically make a note of it. And sometimes when there is like maybe at the bottom of the course or somewhere where you can't really see it, so it doesn't really block the course, I just say that the images were generated by AI. But that's pretty much what I do.
Mm-hmm. We have another request specifically to go back to the slide for R because they missed it and they just needed to get that key information.
Sure, I can do that. Okay, here. Do you want me to talk about it again, or just go back to the slide?
I would just he I think just wants to go back to this slide, but you could just give a brief summary of the importance of research and outlining the course again.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I use ChatGPT and Notion AI to organize the content into logical and learner-friendly structure. So once I create the outcomes and all the objectives, I basically plug everything into one of the tools, and it helps me organize the content. And it creates module titles for me, lesson descriptions based on these outcomes. But as I mentioned before several times, I always go back and I use my instructional judgment to make the edits and to go back and refine the outputs that AI gave me. And basically, I use for research and for outlining the course. Like I said, I use my instructional judgment to scaffold, sequence, and adjust, but it does a really good job doing that very first step and organizing the content and creating an outline for you. But of course, you first need to have your objectives. That way it gives it direction, so it knows where to go with it.
Great. That's, I think that covered it. They are very happy in the chat, so you answered a question. Then there's two people asking, there's someone asking if you've tried Grok or Gemini for course creation, and why
Yes,
you choose ChatGPT over Cloud, like what, and Cloud over others. What's your thought process there?
So I do use Claude a lot. I like how it writes, and it just happens that I just have a preference for ChatGPT, but I would say that I use both, and I do use Gemini too. I like it a lot, especially for summaries. And in many cases, what I do, because if you remember, I previously said that sometimes the ChatGPT produces content that I'm not too happy with, and as an instructional designer, I have to go back in and recheck it. So sometimes what I do is I actually use several different tools to generate the same content. So for example, if I need objectives or if I need titles, I would use ChatGPT, I would use Gemini, and I would use Claude to see what they produce, and then I just compare them side by side, and I pick the best option that I like.
I think that's something we've been hearing throughout the day, is everyone says to try as many tools. Some tools work better for some situations for others. So I think that's something we can always advise, is to try it out, see what the results are, see which one you like the most, or maybe take the best out of everything.
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much, Marina. I hope everyone got kind of a wow moment out of your session. If you did, drop in kind of what was the most interesting moments from her session and what information she gave you, what stood out to you. We will be seeing you again shortly. But before we do that, I just wanted to give everyone, the audience, know that we've prepared something amazing and free for everyone in the audience here today. It's one of our latest guides, which is called How to Create an Effective E-Learning Course. Inside, you'll find checklists, structured templates, and examples to help you turn your ideas into clear, engaging learning with or without AI. If you add Marina's strategies on top of that, you're going to go from start to perfection at just the speed of light. My colleagues will share the link in the chat now, so feel free to download it and use it as your go-to reference. Now, it's time to bring everyone together for our final part of the conference, the AI and e-learning roundtable. So let's please welcome back Mike Taylor and Marina Arshavsky. It's been a few minutes, but we already missed you. And please welcome Tom McDowell, L&D consultant, host of the Ideas podcast, and one of the brightest voices in the iSpring community. Tom, thank you for joining us today. Now, it's all great. Good to see you. So now, as all the best roundtables go, we're not going to enforce any agenda. We have a topic, we have experts, kind of all you need. So we hope to have their experiences and questions in the chat, get them ready, and don't be shy to share your perspective. So Tom, Mike, Marina, the stage is yours. And our topic today is AI and e-learning, which is obviously as broad as it gets. So to kick things off, whoever wants to start, where do you think we're heading with all the AI tools that are introduced to the industry? Is it ultimately a good thing? How will we remember this early adoption stage in, say, 5 years?
Tom, I already told you, you have to go first.
I was going to say, I'll jump in. Cool. It's always nice to start these with like a nice simple question, an easy yes or no answer just to get things flowing. I think it's, for me anyway, I think it's a bit too early to decide on whether or not it's a good or a bad thing. I think like every sort of new piece of technology introduced to our industry, the good and the bad is going to come from people. It's always how you use the tool, not the tool itself. I always kind of smile a little bit when AI has done this. Like, no, a person has done that using AI. So we can never really go, oh, this AI has caused this problem, or this problem is because of AI. So no, all these problems are really people problems. I think we are in the stage, though, where early adoption is always interesting. Whether it goes well, whether it goes badly, it teaches us a lot about what we do and don't know, about our own field. What does and doesn't matter, what does and doesn't work. Things that do and don't work are now being amplified at an incredible rate through AI. And I think it's therefore almost setting alarm bells off to say, hey, this never worked, but we never really noticed it. But now we've done so much of it so quickly, we can't help but notice it's a complete waste of time. So my hopeful, maybe, as opposed to good sort of view of it would be that it should allow us to spot patterns that were difficult to spot before in terms of the impact we are or aren't having. But I do think it's too early for a broad strokes, it's good or it's bad for the industry in the long term.
And I'll sort of second that thought that it will amplify us, what we're doing. So that could be good or bad. So if we're doing bad things, we're going to do a lot of bad things faster. And so it's really critical that person who's driving the AI tools, you need to have an understanding of a lot of things, learning science and understanding your audience and what are the goals and all of those things to appropriately apply the AI tools. So that being said, I think the AI tools will help us, use speed and scale, as Tom was just saying, but we have to use it for the right things in the right way. Otherwise, we're just going to be making more bad stuff faster, which obviously we don't want to do.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think
Go ahead. You agree? It seems that she cut out for a second.
Okay.
Can you hear?
We could hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I agree with that. And as I mentioned during my presentation, I think it's important to, I think AI cannot just work by itself. I think it's important that instructional designers work with AI and they really check their work and follow solid instructional design principles and don't just copy and paste what it gives it. And I also think that designers, it's good because designers are no longer spending all the time formatting slides, writing quiz questions. They can always rely on AI to just speed things up. But again, I think it's very important to know what you're doing and to use solid instructional design principles and double check and triple check what AI gives you and not just, follow it. As it produces the content. So I think it's very important to really understand core instructional design and basically art and science behind it.
Yeah, I think those are very thoughtful responses. I think it is very hard for us all right now to say what's coming next, right? Like how we're going to view this time period. It's always easier to explain the past than it is to think about how we will think about today and the future. So this next question, I think we can start with you, Mike. What do you think that AI training today in most industries is driven more by strategy or simply just this fear of missing out, not using the latest and greatest tool?
Yeah, I would want to say that it's driven by strategy, but I'm not sure that's the case in a lot of places. I think, like a lot of new things, there are a lot of people saying we need to do this without specifying the details of why. So it's good to jump in, but it's kind of easy to fall into the trap of this is another shiny object and we're just doing it because everybody else is doing it. So it's kind of comes back to that, human in the driver's seat, setting strategy, setting direction, applying appropriate instructional design, all those things like Marina was saying. So hopefully we're moving towards strategy as time goes on. But I think we're probably not as far along as we would like to be or as we should be yet.
Anything to add to that, Tom or Marina?
I think for me, just an observation that I think the organizations that I've worked with that I can honestly say are taking a pretty solid strategic approach to AI adoption are almost exclusively not using it in like content production environments. They are taking a much more kind of gradual implementation process around analysis with AI, thinking about data sets, thinking about how they come up with like a unified AI approach across the organization and avoiding this kind of, they've got this tool, they've got that, they've got an LLM, they've got an image generator, partially for the obvious kind of data compliance nightmare that is going to cause eventually, but also that more kind of controlled strategic implementation is allowing them to slowly increase confidence in their employees. And so they're seeing less of the negative impact of massive change in the workplace around concerns around redundancy and interpersonal dynamics, which can all be negatively affected by AI implementation if it's done badly. So I think that it's quite an interesting kind of different approach, and definitely I don't think the normal approach, but in my experience, they are having much greater success than those kind of basically shotgunning AI into everything they're doing.
Yeah, and in my experience, many companies and organizations, they jump into AI just because it's something new, but they don't necessarily know how to use it well. And I've also noticed that many subject matter experts started using AI without any background knowledge in instructional design. And it's actually not a good thing because their courses aren't solid, they're not instructionally sound, and I think it's important to first learn how to use AI, and I think it's important to understand that to design courses, you don't just need AI tools and AI knowledge, but you also need that instructional design knowledge. And and I also think that, as I mentioned before, I think it's important to know how to use AI and how it can actually help you build courses, and not because it's just something new and everyone is using it.
Yeah, it seems like a key takeaway is that, as Tom said, that organizations need to have an intelligent approach to how they start integrating AI, because just starting to use it, not understanding how it works, as we've kind of covered all throughout this entire conference, is the approach you take to using AI is more important than just using the AI itself. And I think that's something that everyone who's viewing, everyone who's here, can kind of take away from this. So the next question we can start with you, Marina, is if AI course creation doubled productivity but halved creativity, what do you think it's a win? What do you think it's a reason to use that tool, and why?
I think it depends, but I think that instructional design, I always say that instructional design is both science and art. So I think you do need to be creative, but at some points you also need to be productive. So it depends on the situation and the goals. So some courses, they do require creativity, and if you just use AI tools, then obviously it won't do you any good. But I also worked with course creators who needed to create design courses very fast, and AI really helped them a lot in this case. So I do think that with AI also helps you to some extent with creativity, because you can feed the information and it can help you generate ideas. So in my opinion, again, if you know how to use it correctly, if you know how to create your prompts, then it can actually help you with creativity. But like I said before, it all depends on your goal. Yeah. So that's what I have to say.
Anything to add to that question, Mike or Tom?
Yeah, I follow up on that. I think one of the things that I use AI for all the time is this sort of idea as a thinking partner, right? So I'm not giving it tasks, I'm asking it questions. It's easy to generate, an idea of 10, 20, 50 things that may spark something. So it's kind of productive creativity. I kind of smush those two together and cheat here a little bit. But that's helped me a number of times of, I've got some fuzzy idea, but then I can kind of have this back and forth conversation with one of the AI tools that may prompt some creative out of the box thing that I wouldn't have maybe thought of on my own, or certainly not as quickly. So I think I'm going to be greedy, and I want productivity and creativity. I'm going to break the rules here a little bit.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to give you that answer though, that they want both. So
I'll give you an answer, and I want one. I think in the workplace, yes, I would implement it. I think, being brutally honest, our job in L&D is not to be creative. That's not what we're employed to do. I think sometimes, inward looking, I consider us to be deeply creative people. There are people from video backgrounds and artistic backgrounds and illustrators and all sorts of wonderful things in our space, but that's not actually the job. And when we say productivity, I'm assuming it's positive productivity, because you can be incredibly productive but have no impact on the business. That's a big issue in of itself. But assuming this is like impactful, good productivity, then I can't think of an organization that would not rather have more of that, even if creativity was reduced, because actually the only purpose for our creativity in a role is to drive that, is to be more impactful. And so if that's achieving that, this is a bit of a case of, it may not be the lever we want to pull, but if it's the most effective lever, then we should be pulling it. We don't always get to do the job the way we would like it done. And I think that's one of the things AI is going to really challenge us on. Is it's great that you're creative, but if you want to keep being like that, you're going to need to be able to define the value that it brings. And if you can't, you should expect it to be reduced in the name of productivity. And I think that's quite an important thing for us to be thinking about in justifying, those, maybe the bits of the job we love the most, maybe the bits we have to start justifying the value of a little bit more, lest this lever be pulled.
I think it's absolutely kind of spot on, because unfortunately, as we know, we're in this competitive environment, and if it's good productivity, everyone's going to pull the lever to double that productivity, and you're going to have to compete among with those people who have already pulled that lever. So I think it's a very great answer. So to the next question, and if anyone else wants to have their questions discussed, you can write in the chat and we can discuss questions from the chat as well. But this one's for Tom, and I think it's one of the most important questions. Should we tell our learners if a course was AI generated or was, created with a lot of assistance from AI?
Yes, in fact, in many countries, you are legally obliged to. So if you're not, you may be getting in trouble very, very soon. There is written into the EU AI Act that people must be informed when they are interacting with an AI. So if you're not doing it, panic and start doing it. It's really important. You cannot say to people, don't panic, don't fear for your job, trust us, and then try and sneak AI into their world. One, they will spot it and they will never trust you again. And two, you may be breaking the law. So yeah, I would. The answer is a very strong, oh yes, yes, yes.
And I think if we're doing it well and we're doing it right, so in the hands of somebody who's skilled at it, it should not be super easy to tell, right? So if I train my tool on my previous writing that was not generated by AI, and I take some smart strategies, and I'm not automatically accepting the output, and I'm still looking at it and editing and proofing and all of the things, hopefully in a scenario like that, the gap between human and AI is pretty small. it's interesting to hear Tom talk about the laws. I'm in the US, so we're sort of like the Wild West and, everybody for themselves sort of thing. So not sure if we'll get to that point. Our government can't decide and agree to leave a burning building, so we're probably safe for a bit from that aspect. But I'm interested to hear what Marina has to say about this as well, because it's kind of a question I hadn't thought of until just now. So I'm super curious.
So, to be completely honest, I never create courses that are fully AI generated. I always use AI as a tool, and I never just take any information that it produces and just, as is. So I always make the edits. I always basically use ideas, but then I never actually use the actual content from it. So even if I do scripts, I change my scripts quite a bit so that they sound like me. But when it comes to, let's say, video, for example, the one that I showed during my presentation, I always say somewhere, or I just make a note that it was generated by AI. So I never try or intend to hide it from anyone. But when it comes to actual content, I think it's important to really make sure that your voice comes through and that you don't just take AI generated content and just give it to your learner.
I think that might be an interesting question at some point of, what's the tipping point for something being quote AI generated, right? Like, is it 51%? Is it 34%? Like, it's a shades of gray kind of thing. It's not a all or nothing. So that'd be an interesting.
That's a good question. And also one thing that I noticed, and I'm not really sure why that's happening, but I noticed that sometimes my writing, when I just wrote it completely by myself without even using AI, and then I run it through AI checker, for some reason it comes back as AI generated. And at this point, I'm not really sure what to do with it, because obviously it wasn't generated, but it says that it was. So if people run it through it, then they see that it was generated, but in reality, it was not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm curious, Tom, if you've seen anything. I'm not sure how reliable those AI checkers are, right? Like the things are changing and improving so fast. I don't know that those can keep up.
No, I would agree with you. I wouldn't trust the output. I mean, most of them are front ends put on an AI anyway. So you've got AI telling you whether or not something's AI. So if you don't trust it in the first place, you're asking it to confirm its own work. So yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think they're really worth paying a lot of attention to. I think the better question is to ask, if you're reading something, first of all, is it accurate? Well, you can find that out yourself. No AI required. Go forth and do research, and then was it valuable? And if it is, then treat it as that. Was it of use? Was it valuable? Was it easy to find? If so, it's good content. Whether it's AI generated or not, obviously, we need to disclose it. But whether it is or not, then becomes less of an issue. I think the issue arises with the amount of. I think AI slop has kind of become the term, right? Where it's just spam content constantly, and it's easy to spot because it has no value. It's circular in its conversation. It doesn't really stand up to any level of scrutiny. And I think that's the stuff that's more concerning and that kind of really breaks trust down with people and content.
I think a lot of great points were made there. And I think, especially as Tom said about the legal element of this, it's very important. You might be in the US, but you might be distributing learning to the EU. And you might be like, oh, well, we have our laws, but you find out their laws might also apply. So you really want to make sure that everything you are doing is, following the laws of other countries, as well as any country you operate in. So that could be a big issue. And I think another great point that was brought up was about this: when does it become AI generated, right? That's maybe a question for the EU lawmakers. But if somebody just got a structure, a skeleton outline of ideas and then made some modifications, is it still AI generated or is it not? And then how do you check? It's very similar to many things in the academic world. Is when do you need to cite a source? when you are taking ideas from it, or when is it kind of common knowledge? And I think that's something that we're going to be seeing discussed maybe more in the political realm than in the corporate world. But it's something that it's probably better to be safe than sorry, and just right, follow the EU laws as closely as possible.
Just tell it it's AI influenced.
Yeah. Yeah, but everything nowadays is AI influenced. You had a thought, you read something from AI 5 years ago, and it influenced your thought today. So,
right, yeah.
True.
Maybe everything will just have that label on it, and people will just like block it out of their mind.
Right, at which point it becomes meaningless. So it's be interesting to see how that plays out.
I think we see some good examples of implementation of it. If anyone's seen an AI image or AI video on LinkedIn recently, and they put the little badge in the corner of it, and if you hover over it, it says this was created with AI, and here's the metadata to prove it. And that is incredibly valuable at a time when you cannot always trust that everyone creating content is doing it from a good faith position, right? And obviously there's the extremes of that, but there is also just, I'm trying to sell you something. I would argue that is not a good faith position if you're not stating that clearly. If you say, hey, this is an advert, cool, we're on the same page. But if someone's trying to pass off, the classic one now is the AI influencer, right? Trying to pass them off as a somewhat real person, it's really important that then there's something there to go, hey, this is AI, just so you know. And I would like to see us move to a similar sort of thing, that we say, we're not saying it's AI because you shouldn't trust it or because it's bad. We're telling you it's AI because it's important for your own sort of critical thinking, your ability to take this content and contextualize it to understand where it's come from, in the same way that we would understand that this comes from a research paper and that comes from a meta study and therefore carries different weight to each other. I think that's kind of where I would like to see us go as a profession in how we identify AI's use.
Yeah, and as you said, it's very similar to that advertising. I know even in the US, there's these laws about social media advertising where they're supposed to directly state it's an ad, but it's often still not done. It's often not so heavily enforced. But if that's already the case, it's there. We might, in the United States, be seeing that law coming, similar law about AI in the future. We just might be slower to get there. There might be a different kind of structure of how that law works, but it's better safe than sorry than waking up one day and receiving some fine for not doing something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we have a question from the chat. The person's asking their professor who teaches instructional design, and they're wondering that if ChatGPT is effective at generating learning objectives with all the condition, the behavior, and the criterion. I think probably Marina, that would be a better question for you to answer. And then what do you suggest that they're having their students use AI to generate those if possible?
So based on my experience, yes, it can do it for you. It can generate this type of objectives, but you have to really give it a very accurate prompt. And you have to tell it exactly the elements that you want to include. So if you just tell it to generate objectives, then it won't do it. It won't do a good job. So sometimes your objectives will even come out that they won't be measurable or observable, and you won't be able to use them at all. So it's very important to really include, even if it's a very long prompt, you have to include every single aspect of what you want to be part of it. And for students, what was the question? Do they want to know if the students can ChatGPT in their work?
Yeah, do they think they should be asking their students to use AI to generate those? I assume because, now it's becoming common in the workplace. So as a professor, should they be having their students using AI also to create those?
Learning objectives, right?
Yes, like their learning objectives.
I think because we're actually heading in that direction, and because everyone is now using, think most instructional designers use AI at this point. So I would say that it's appropriate to tell the students to play with it and see what AI can generate. But I think it's also important to maybe give them an assignment where they can look at it from the critical perspective and determine if these objectives actually make sense, if they follow all the rules, if they cover everything that they need to cover. So I would say that it's a good exercise, but you need to have that critical mindset, and the students maybe need to do an activity that's related to the not just generate the objectives and then run with it, but maybe do something more with it.
Great, thanks for that answer. Then on to a new question. I think that it's an interesting one, but maybe pretty short. Who should be accountable if an AI tool generates wrong or biased learning content? You, your organization, or the AI? I think that's both a question for kind of personal responsibility, but it's also a legal question. So we could answer it from both sides, and maybe start with you, Tom, if you know about European, how they're going to treat that if it generates wrong or incorrect learning content.
So who generated it is entirely irrelevant. You published it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is what I want to say. It's human beings. You can't blame it. If you publish something that you're not sure is accurate or that you're concerned might be biased and you haven't checked, it's on you. And your manager should and hopefully will hold you accountable as if you'd written it yourself. Because I didn't read it before I published it. It's actually just as bad as having written it. This is kind of the dilemma, I think, of AI. A bit like with the learning objectives one, I would argue that AI, it saves so much time. It's like, I'm not convinced it does actually, because you have to check it so much more thoroughly than you might your own work. I find that actually, this is why I've stopped using kind of LLMs for content creation, because the quality that they put out is so inconsistent. This is a very realistic scenario that could happen unless you spend a lot of time checking stuff, more so than I would actually have to check my own work. And so I think this is interesting, but from my perspective, a relatively simple answer of it's on you. And if you publish something in the name of your organization is in whatever format you have agreed with them, accepting that as their voice, something they've said as well. So yeah, I guess the warning would be, please don't do it ever. But if you do, expect the consequences to be pretty dire.
Yeah.
I agree with that. If you're attaching your name to it, I wouldn't want to attach my name to something I didn't know very well and understand those type of details, just because it would be a bad idea and implications, legal or otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's you. I think I never put out anything that I don't double or triple check. So even if I use AI to generate content, I always read it. I always double check it. I rewrite it. So I use AI as my partner, but I never just trust it as the only tool or the only resource.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it's very clear from a legal perspective. They're not going to blame the AI. They're going to blame your organization, and your organization is going to blame you. So if something bad outcomes from this that maybe causes the law to get involved, your organization is going to take the blunt of the force, and they're going to do everything possible to pass that on to you. And it's not going to be possible to pass that on to the AI.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. There's a question in the chat. What do you think it's necessary? Like, you think it'd be necessary to have editorial committees if it's like the case that bad stuff, like bad content, is starting to come out?
I don't know. I sort of break out in hives when I hear the word committees. I think the concept is good, but in practice that it's not quite as good. But I think it depends also on what it is. Like if it's something that's super high stakes, that makes more sense. If it's low stakes and it's a job aid for 5 people, probably not, right? So again, it depends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand the concern about this committees. I mean, theoretically, the person who's making the content should already be doing kind of editorial work a bit of their own. So we probably want to see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I was going to say that I don't think you need an entire committee for that. I think an instructional designer should be responsible for editing and for reviewing the work.
I don't think any organization really wants to grow their bureaucratic processes as well. I don't think that's going to be multiplying your productivity. All right, so then this I think is a very important one. Do you believe that AI can help develop soft skills, or is that kind of a human-only domain? So let's start with you, Mike. What do you think? Can AI help develop soft skills?
Well, so I think there's a spectrum with this. So I think one of the things AI is really good at is bringing the people maybe from the bottom of the scale up. You know, if you're already a high performer, you know, you're probably a relative expert compared to even AI, at least today. And so I think if you're on the bottom end of that skill scale, then AI can certainly bring you up through simulations. And now I can talk to AI and I can get feedback, but that only gets you up to a certain point. And then at some point, then you're going to have to find a human expert, or you're not going to get all the way into that top end solely through AI alone.
Yeah, I think there are AI tools that actually help you analyze your tone, your empathy, your communication style, so they can help you. But I think not necessarily maybe learn the skills, but kind of, practice the skills, I would say. So with in different case studies, with examples, with scenarios, and also with this analysis of your tone and voice. And conversational style.
It's soft skills by nature, because you're dealing with humans. It's super challenging. I mean, I can think of some words that I could use the same word about 8 or 9 different ways in 8 or 9 different contexts. That's going to be based on tone and based on stuff that would be really difficult for the AI of today to understand which of those 8 or 9 meanings am I going for. And if you guess the wrong one, things could go off the rails pretty quick.
I think I'm in largely the same place, that I think it would useful for analysis. I don't think it's particularly useful at kind of doing and practical sort of development of soft skills. And I think there is a notable difference in how good it is at all of this stuff based on where you live. So if you're kind of Western European, US based, yeah, it kind of gets that way of communicating, that culture, that way of doing things. Other places in the world, it's very bad. That we are ultimately working off a very westernized data set when it comes to communication and AI. And that's a compounding issue. It's getting worse, not better. So I think we need to keep a really close eye on that, because the answer is wildly different depending on where you live.
I think that's a great addition about how soft skills are so regionally relevant. And I can say, being in kind of the sales position almost my whole life, I don't think AI can really teach you soft skills. I think it can only diagnose, it can give you strategies to help develop it. But soft skills is something you have to go out, you have to just do it. You have to speak to people, you have to communicate with people. And I think not only about that regional differences, there's even generational differences. If you go and speak to some 50-year-old American from the Northeast, he's going to speak very different to you than some, I don't know, 22-year-old is. And they're going to have their own kind of different, kind of not just their own kind of, let's just say, soft skills. And they might be less communicable at the younger age. And you have to know, okay, how do I communicate with this person who has this certain preferences? So I think AI might have a database that's very good with communicating with, the 40 to 50-year-old range in Western Europe and America. But as soon as even it gets to some new 20-year-olds in America, they might have a completely different communication style. And that's something you can only get out there by speaking to is lots of people, not even just in the workplace environment, but in the real world, as many people are on their phones all day. Something difficult that many people don't have the soft skills that maybe some older generations did. All right, let's go on to the next question. So if, let's say, AI continues to develop, it gets better and better. It gets to a point where AI can make, amazing learning content, 100% self-service. What do you think learners would still be losing if it is the case that the AI gets to that level?
I'd say the human touch. It's still very hard to generate content that is 100% human, and you still need that human interaction. And when it comes to, let's say, colleges and universities, they still want that college professor who would talk to them, who would lecture them, and who would at least show up once in a while and answer their questions. I know there are universities that now implement professors who are not real, but they're like AI professors, where the student actually sits and asks a question, and then the professor, AI professor, not a real one, kind of answers the question, and they do it that way. But I know that many people still want that human touch. They want real professors, and I think it's just important to have that.
I think there's quite an interesting question here about the kind of that measurement and impact piece, because people liking to have something like, I like orange, I don't get to repaint the office. Liking something is not, I would suggest, a good enough reason to still have it in the workplace. Certainly, like in my company, we do not spend money because we like something. But that's a really great way to lose a lot of money. So I think we're going to have to, as an industry, really think about, in that world right now, we are in no immediate danger of being replaced by AI. I know it makes for a cracking headline, but it's not going to happen. But in a world where actually it can consistently and reliably create learning content as well or better than human beings, no, I don't think we should force the situation of, well, we have to do it because it's human, unless there is actual, tangible, measurable value to that. Because if there isn't, I would actually suggest being freed of content creation is potentially a benefit. Because this has always happened. There has always been jobs that over time have been automated. We used to manufacture cars entirely by hand, and now we manufacture them almost entirely by machine. Defect rate has gone down. Cars have become safer because of this, not because people were bad before, but because technology came in and went, hey, I can do that better. Why don't you invest your time doing something technology can't yet do? And I would suggest if we could shift the focus of instructional design away from content creation, which is fun, and I loved doing it for years, but it's actually not the important part of being an instructional designer. The important part, I would suggest, of being an instructional designer is going out into the business, identifying performance problems, figuring out where an intervention is required and where it's not required, and then tasking your AI friend or whatever to come in and create the content, freeing you up to maintain that analysis mode and gathering data and looking at impact. The stuff that, let's be honest, in most organizations, we all complain we don't have enough time to do. So I would argue, if it is actually reached the point where it's that good, let it take that, and let's focus on the other stuff.
Yeah, Tom, you stole that thought right directly out of my brain. As I was saying, the predicate of this question is, who's going to direct it at the right problems to solve? And if it can do that, to your point, more power to you. At least today, I don't see how that's going to happen just yet. So I'm not worried about my job immediately, but who knows what the future will bring.
Mm-hmm. I think you summed it up very well. I think it's that was kind of what the next follow-up question was going to be related to, is what do we do with humans if it is the case that it comes. And I think you're right. They would be the ones directing the direction of where these the direction of the L&D and how we're going to, like, okay, you task the AI with creating the content, but you don't have to create the content yourself. I think actually many people would be happy if that was their job. But I think it is a stretch to say that that's coming very recently. We have one more question in the chat, and then we will be kind of summarizing everything up. Someone is asking a bit, not necessarily to L&D, but that in healthcare, companies have created scribes. They're saying that they can detect emotional changes in tones of a patient, as well as scribing, actually, what they say. What do you think about this, about AI's ability, or maybe emerging ability to understand emotional changes as well in tone?
I'm not familiar with that capability, and I'm sure AI is going to be able to do things that we can't imagine today. I'd love to see that scribe, but I think that's an important piece of kind of what we've been talking about detecting and injecting the humanness into the equation. So that's an exciting potential, assuming, right, there aren't unforeseen hurdles and challenges along with it, which there sometimes are.
I'm not familiar with the specifics like Mike, but the only thing I would just add is our use of language. AI can't understand emotions. It might have the ability to identify like flags that it has learned, or learned in inverted commas, because it can't really learn either. It pattern matches. I'm detecting elevated volumes and an increase in pitch. This correlates most likely with the following emotions. It doesn't know, it doesn't understand. It doesn't understand what sadness is. It can't feel it, it can't understand it, it can't empathize. AI doesn't understand or think about any of its inputs or outputs. It just averages everything out and spits out the most likely thing next. And I think that's really important to remember when we start talking about those kinds of things. It doesn't invalidate them, doesn't mean it's not potentially useful. But I think we do have to be careful when we say, an understanding AI or a thinking AI or a whatever, that we are using these terms quite loosely, which is normal. It's, common parlance, right? It's what we do with all technology. But I think given the impact it can have, it's worth fairly regularly sort of one of those ideas to take out and sort of beat and see if it holds up under pressure. Because I think right now it doesn't. It might be able to raise the flag going, this person is probably sad. Is that valuable to a medical professional, or can they probably already notice that? It's a bit of a what's the value to this question.
I would agree with that. And I think even more, I wouldn't be so trusting of its ability to detect emotional changes as people from different cultural backgrounds, different countries, the way they give out their emotions through their tone is fundamentally different. And we know that from linguistic research. What we do know is similar is facial changes, and how people facially show emotions is very similar throughout cultures. But that's something we don't need AI for, that because almost every human has an innate ability to read emotion on people's face. We kind of have that AI in our brain already, which can already see, okay, this person's sad. When somebody's angry at you, when somebody's happy, when somebody's sad. I don't think you need to have a face scanner to scan someone's emotion. I think that's something many people already have kind of innately as a human.
Yeah, I agree with that. It recognizes patterns, but it cannot understand your emotions. So I can't imagine how useful that would be.
Yep. I think with that sums up our whole discussion. I think it's a great discussion, so we're going to wrap it up. Thank you, Tom, Mike, and Marina. And thank you to everyone in the audience for your comments and questions. So if you didn't get to get your question live, don't worry. You can join our iSpring Learning Exchange community on LinkedIn. We'll drop a link in the chat again so you don't lose it. You can join the group, introduce yourself, and keep this energy going. Now that the roundtable is over, the fun is not. Right, time is for the Wheel of Fortune. So quick reminder on the rules. I'll send a link to a Google form in our chat. You'll have 1 minute and 30 seconds to open it and add your info. You need to add your name, your last name, and email to be eligible for prizes. Once we're sure we have everyone on the list, we spin it, and the winner takes the prize. Here's what we have as prizes today. First, a $25 Amazon gift card. The second is a course from the iSpring Academy. The third is an iSpring certification program. The fourth is a standard video course, how to create an online course. The fifth is a 3-month subscription to iSpring Learn. The sixth is a 3-month subscription to iSpring Suite. The seventh will be an access to a recording of an intensive training on AI course creation. The eighth prize is a 1-hour personalized session with an iSpring customer success manager. You'll see the link in the chat now, so please open it and enter your name and email. You've got 1.5 minutes to fill it out, so please be quick. So the timer's starting now, so let's see who's lucky today. So while we're gathering entries, let's do one more quick thing together. On your screen, you'll see a QR code and a link to our short feedback form. Please take a moment to fill it in. It really helps us make sure every event will be better and better and better. You can make it longer, or you can keep it short. Just fill it out for us, because sometimes even just one word will be enough for us. You can also write a full-on review if you want. The most important part is to keep it honest. Even if you didn't like something, let us know, because that will help us improve in the future. So the form is closing now, and as I said, we will now show a QR code on the screen for the feedback, so that way if any of you have any feedback for us, please go there and give us feedback. Anything helps, short, long, whatever you want. Just make sure to be honest, so that way we know where to improve, and every opinion matters, and we do read them and look at them and make adjustments from there. All right, so it looks like our entries are ready. So we're going to take away that QR code now, and we're going to get started on spinning the wheel. All right, so let's get started with our first spin. So Mark Jed Arivalo, I hope you pronounced your name correct. You are the winner of the first prize, the $25 Amazon gift card. Ali Wade, you are the winner of the second prize, so the course from the iSpring Academy. Julia Walsh, you are the winner of the third prize, so the iSpring certification program. Congratulations. Congratulations, Theodora Gall. You are the winner of the fourth prize. So that is the standard video course, How to Create an Online Course. Congratulations, Deborah McSwain. You are the winner of the fifth prize, which is a 3-month subscription to iSpring Learn. Congratulations, Julia Estes. You are the winner of our sixth prize, which is a 3-month iSpring Suite license. Congratulations to Elisabetta Lopalcal. You are the winner of our seventh prize, which is access to recording of an intensive training on AI course creation. And congratulations to our last winner, Beth McGoldrick. You won our 1-hour personalized session with an iSpring Customer Success Manager. So before we officially close, I just want to have one last reminder. The iSpring Suite AI offer with the free video course for aspiring instructional designers is yours to claim until the end of day, October 31st. If you ask me, it's the best way to upgrade your tool set and move on to industry's best software. You'll have a personal Q&A with an instructor and a live chat about anything from troubleshooting to just finding more creative ways to use Suite's full functionality, make it a great deal, and the video course will just ensure you approach Suite AI with comfort and confidence, so don't miss it. The offer is available only to those who joined us today and only for 3 days, so the end of October. So don't miss out. Click the link in the chat and submit your request right now. And of course, don't disappear. Join us in the iSpring Learning Exchange to keep sharing ideas, ask follow-ups, and meet like-minded professionals from all over the world. From the entire iSpring team, thank you for being a part of iSpring AI Days 2025. See you in our community.